More than so.
Morning, councillors.
Sorry.
Welcome to day 4 and the last day of our hearings for the annual plan and LTP-Amendment submissions. I'm going to pass the vote to the councillor to vote to give our LTP.
Tēnā koe Madam Chair, tēnā tātou i raro ki mana ka moto tātou nei wā. Me ki nei, koro tōru manui a tātou mō i te roto i tau i humai a mātou. Mā te kai o te waka o mai, mā ke tūki tonga riro, tēnei te tākere o te waka e whakatau nei a tātou. Nau mai hara mai i raro i te puki mō ngā tuko kaue. Hara mai hoki i rongo i te aroharu te manātutanga o te kauni he rā. O ngā roto o rotorua no reira, tēnā koutou, a tēnā tātou katoa. Greetings and welcome to the beautiful Rotorua, everybody. As we for our final submission hearing for today, we just open from the word of prayer. Thank you,
Councillor Tapo. Please note that as we stand in orders 4.3. Oh, I don't mind.
Kia te rami mari o rami nui e tui honei, o mapatura nuku e takoto nei te tai au e hapi nei, ki rongi a tātou o toi moana, e taumei, ti hei, mauri ora. May the peace of the sky above and the earth below, SPS 21 and verse the earth and surroundings upon us, behold, it is life. Tēnā koe, Madam Chair.
Ngāmiri. Sorry for jumping the gun, Councillor Tapo. Please note that as per standing orders 1.3, I will locate the chair to enable the deputy chair Google to Tuesday's hearings. By formally doing so, I will be able to participate in the hearings on that chair. I'll hand it over to you, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair McDonald. Morena submitters, morena staff, morena councillors. So I remind councillors and staff that this hearing is being live streamed and recorded, and that the recordings will be made available on the Bay of Plenty Regional Council's website following the meeting. I further remind all present that the local government decision making affords no protection to councillors, council officers, and the public for comments made during the meeting that subsequently are challenged in a court of law and are deemed to be slanderous. We have an apology from Councillor Shirley. We also have Councillor Campbell and Councillor Kalatai on Zoom. We have an early departure from Councillor Kumar. Are there any other apologies or early departures that I'm not aware of? Can I have a mover and a seconder to accept the apologies? Mover from Councillor Scrimmager, seconder from Councillor Bradley. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Okay, so no carried. Are there any conflicts of interest that need to be declared for today's hearing that have not already been declared this week?
I'd like to declare a conflict of interest in the hearing submitted of Katie Gino at 11:40. I am the chair of my trust and I can submission this around my offer, so I'll refrain from questioning that submitted.
Note my interest with the submission notice this morning from Chantal Hagel on Forest Views for the local branches, noting that I am the national chair of this region. And I just note
Microphone, please.
I know that I am a member of the Rotorua Business Change Orchestra who are speaking food staff, but I have not registered a submission and no perception of conflict, but just wanted to know the membership of that organisation.
I also need to note that I am the member of Ngāti Rangitiriki Development, also the member of Ngāti Rangitiriki, Ngāti Mapano, and also Te Aroa Lake Trust. Did you want to do your one for 120?
And one other note that I have been started with the member of the Labour Claim for Grandparent Association, but also have not had a part in writing or presenting the commission.
I believe I am here. Yes. There might be a solution because I'm personally don't trust them.
As far as I'm also as half of the local community community association about it, not currently they have. Just for being involved with these discussions. Anyone else?
Thank you. There are no further conflicts of interest to be disclosed. Thank you, councillors. The hearing of submissions will now commence. So please refer to the latest hearing schedule on your desk, so you know who's speaking. There are a couple of changes that I will go through as they are required throughout the day. I remind councillors this is an opportunity to listen and ask questions of submitters. It is not the time for debate, and this will take place during the deliberations next month. I also remind our submitters that this is a public and live stream meeting, and please keep your presentation within your allotted 10-minute time. You can use 10 minutes to present, we can use 5 minutes to present, and potentially 5 minutes for allowing time for questions. There will be a bell at 8 minutes, so that may be there it is. There'll be a bell at 8 minutes to let you know that you've got 2 minutes left of the time. So that's both for councillors questioning and for submitters. Everyone, happy like to kick off with our first submitter. It's the Rotorua Privilege Chamber. We're joined by Melanie and Jackie. Kia ora, and we have Jackie online, and we have Melanie and Brett. A very warm welcome, Chambers. We're in your hands.
Over to you, Jackie. So just quickly, sorry for that. It's Brett Wilson, one of our board members. I'm the CE, and Jackie James is a board member as well. She will be presenting this today.
Kia ora koutou katoa, ko Jackie James aho. I just want to check that the audio is okay at your end.
Yes,
Ka pai. Cool. It's a little bit fuzzy at my end, so I may revert to Mel and Brett for any partai, but let's kick off. So as Mel's indicated, Mel's obviously the CEO of the Rotorua Business Chamber. Brett is on the board alongside me. I'm also a board member, and I'm going to be speaking to our submission today. So obviously, as you'll be aware, the Chamber represents Rotorua's business interests, and we have a really strong interest in ensuring that our regional assets are managed in a way that ensures the growth and positive outcomes for everyone in our local communities. You'll see from our submission or from the summary that you might have, we had split this into 3 sections. The first being about the proposed long-term plan amendment, the second on annual plan topics 1 and 2, and then a third summary section outlining our expectations in terms of next steps. So I'm going to touch on each of these and welcome any further korero or partai towards the end. While we obviously have a Rotorua business focus, as our representative councillors will know, and as many more of you will know also, the close nature of our community, our close community, means that our interest is wider than just our local business community, and it's about ensuring better social, environmental, cultural and economic outcomes for all. This is best summed up in our vision, which is that we're economically driven, but with a social conscience, and that is the lens through which we've submitted on these proposals today. So in relation to the long-term plan amendment, our primary position on that is to take a pause and do this properly as part of the normal long-term plan cycle, which we understand to be taking place next year. This is because these are multi-billion-dollar intergenerational decisions and are too important to rush through an out-of-cycle process. We would like to see this particular amendment paused and address any potential changes through the standard long-term plan cycle process for next year, which would cover the period 2027 to 2037. And this would be done in the normal way with extensive promotion and wide community consultation and engagement, so that everyone in our local communities across the Rohi has the opportunity to understand what is being proposed and have the opportunity to submit on those. In particular, we don't feel there's been a level of detail or wide engagement that would ensure that everyone's voices in the local communities has been heard when it comes to this particular decision. We totally acknowledge the potential local government reform and also the uncertainty that that has created and the potential risk of central government intervention. And if any of you have heard from me before, you'll know I have very strong views on this. But equally, that same uncertainty means that we must be super cautious and take a very measured and well-informed approach, not try to rush something through before these reforms. We strongly support keeping the Quayside investment portfolio as a whole, so that it's a regional asset with greater value and the potential to grow that value over time. We do not support splitting up into a number of different funds or entities, as we believe this would risk the long-term stability, value and regional benefit. We also support a review of Quayside governance with a clearer separation between ownership, oversight and governance. And we're really keen to see a clear and equitable representation from across the wider rohe, and in particular from iwi, who will play a super important role in our economy going forward. We would not support, I can't recall if this was in the proposal document or not, but regardless, want to make it clear we would not support the proposed combined territory board if those particular reforms proceed, having oversight or decision-making abilities around the investment or distribution of the Quayside assets. For us in particular, the consultation very much focused on the structure or form of what this investment in its future might be, but hasn't provided any detail about the function. So how investment returns and distributions might be made, what representation mechanisms there might be in place, and how we would ensure some regional balance and equity if it was in practice. So while that is our standing position, we also note that councillors may take this forward. So we did want to put forward our view on, if this proceeds, what our preference would be. So if it goes ahead regardless, we would like to see a fully independent assets trust, not a CCO, and not a fund that was attached to an existing investment trust fund that already exists in the wider Bay of Plenty. We would want robust regional and in particular iwi representation and the ability to distribute on growth and need, not necessarily apportioned based on population. Looking at the Regional Benefit Fund, we conditionally support option 1, the establishment of a Regional Benefit Fund, and conditionally support the proposed fund size of approximately 20 million. The reason why we've said that our support is conditional is because, again, we feel like there are some key operational details that are missing from the current information, especially how funding might be allocated and how representation would be ensured across the whole region. The information provided, and we totally appreciate where things are at in the decision-making process, but again, it's focused on the form and not the function. And the function is actually a really important bit for us from a Rotorua point of view. We want to understand how this would be distributed, how we would be represented, and how that would happen in practicality. Whether allocation might be based on population, need, existing assets, co-funding ability or impact, and how the council would prevent funding being unintentionally concentrated in certain parts of the region, and how some smaller parts of the region, including those in Eastern Bay, get their fair share of the pie. Our clear expectation around this, again, is that once a decision is made around whether a regional fund would be established, that there would be a further round of engagement or consultation to ensure that the community has the opportunity to provide detailed input on its allocation criteria, representation, and how that would be managed. In terms of Annual Plan Topic 3, investment in Indigenous biodiversity, we absolutely support option 1, increasing the current levels of investment in Indigenous biodiversity. We think that's appropriate and necessary given the unique environment in the wider Bay of Plenty, and the contribution of our native environment to regional wellbeing and also to our regional economy. Indigenous biodiversity is an economic and a tourism asset. Our native flora, fauna and landscapes are central to our visitor economy and the Bay of Plenty's international and domestic tourism reputation. Increased investment in this space aligns with Te Reti obligations. Our Indigenous ecosystems and natural resources are absolutely taonga, and their protection supports partnership, protection and active stewardship for future generations. From a specific Rotorua focus, and this has both an economic and a social and cultural lens, Aotearoa Lakes must be a critical priority within any biodiversity investment. There have absolutely been improvements made in the water quality of our lakes, but significant ongoing work and investment is required to restore and protect them. They are taonga for Aotearoa iwi, they're highly valued by our Rotorua community, and they are central to our tourism identity and our local economy. So just to close out our verbal submission, we think we and you have a genuine opportunity to protect, preserve and grow our regional assets for the future. From our perspective, this opportunity can only be fully realised if we get the details right and ensure the appropriate governance, representation and investment decisions are in place to ensure fair, equitable and growth opportunities for all parts of the Bay of Plenty region, including Rotorua. We do have a clear expectation that any decisions that you end up making around both the long-term plan and the annual plan will be supported by a further round of engagement and consultation so that everyone in our local community has the opportunity to understand, feedback and contribute to these decisions, which ultimately will contribute to outcomes for them down the track. Ngā mihi nui.
Thank you, Jackie. Councilman Miller.
Morena koutou, ngā mihi nui. Just picking up on your on the link with tourism and biodiversity investment. Just wondering if you have any data or metrics that that you'd be happy to share around the health of the environment and its link to tourism economy for the lake.
I think that the Te Aroha Lakes strategy group, which is Regional Council, Rotorua Lakes Council and Te Aroha Lakes Trust, would be best placed to provide detail on the environmental state of our lakes. In terms of
talking about the state of it, but just in terms of the direct impact on the boosting of tourism in terms of the economy with a healthy environment state, how important it is for visitors to see a healthy environment.
Sure. Rotorua NZ probably will have some of that information. I'd be happy to provide that to you as a follow-up. But you would only need to have a look at the number of attractions or experiences that are based on or around our lakes, from jet boats to the Lakeland Queen to the duck boat, which has recently been purchased by Te Aroha Lakes Trust to align several of their mandates, and how big trout fishing season is once that kicks off in October and November, to know how many people use and enjoy our lakes every year. The Extura triathlon was last week, the cyclone weekend at Lake Tukitapu, the Blue Lake, which sees thousands of people come to not just participate but also support. So I'd be happy to provide some of that follow-up information, but the connection is obvious just when you look at the number of attractions and experiences that are based on or around our lakes.
Thank you.
Councillor Godfrey.
Good morning, Jackie. Thank you for your submission. Certainly do appreciate that the councillors of my nation to make any change, so they do need to get more detail and go back to the community on that. But I was interested in your comment around this particular process about to do it properly next year or timeframes, I think you said. Just in the context that it's exactly the same timeline, it's exactly the same consultation, exactly the same process, whereas doing it this year, we have a singular focus on this. did it next year, we'd be looking at about 50 activities of council. And this particular issue would get lost in that mix. So do you still believe that we should have waited to do it next year in that context?
Yes, I do. Sorry, I'm leaning in because it's a little bit fuzzy. Yes, I do believe that the long-term plan amendment in particular should be managed within that normal in-cycle process. I take your point that there will be a myriad of things that you'll be consulting on through next year's long-term plan process. I think our local community, and I'm sure that you guys will see this from submission numbers as well, there's a lot more noise and attention on a long-term plan consultation than there is potentially around an annual plan process. And I think this one may have become lost to people because it wasn't part of that very big long-term plan process. You guys had a couple of sessions in Rotorua and were present at the Kapahaka regionals as well. But as we all know, it's a really noisy news environment right now with our global geopolitical environment, cost of living, oil, petrol, etc. And it's a national election year. So with all of that going on, in all honesty, I think this just kind of went a little bit under the radar, not deliberately on behalf of anyone, but the fact that this very significant decision was an amendment to the long-term plan was not widely known. We've played our role and made sure that we've communicated it through our own pānui and on our own channels and platforms. But I think by the very nature of being included in that normal long-term plan process, people are more engaged with that much bigger plan and much bigger process.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you, team. Appreciate your submission.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Neil.
Thanks, Jackie. Thanks, Mel. Thanks, Ben.
Bonjour, Tim. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity of speaking today. Just want to go back to what we've already submitted. Obviously the submission and this document here, the TRA Lake Forest Security Management Plan. What I want to do today is just focus on our recommendations that were in the submissions, and then I'll take you briefly through the working model that funding we're requesting is designed to support. So if we just go back to the submission, we had 4 recommendations, allocated 250,000 in the 26-27 plan to support the design and delivery of a proof of concept odor detection system for biosecure vessel access. Note that the submission was working with Earth Science New Zealand to develop an effective decontamination process for a range of vessel types. Note that subject to successful proof of concept, further funding will be sought to implement full Te Aroha Lake's biosecurity pathway management system. Initially across the Te Aroha Lake cluster, that's Tiki Tapu, Okaka and Tarawera. Note that the pathway management of non-powered personal watercraft is under consideration, but outside the scope of this project. So fundamentally, we are focused on the high-risk vessels, the vessels that regularly travel from potentially contaminated waterways. So what I've given you is a working model. Now, you can just appreciate that we first started working on this 4 months ago, but actually putting together a solution to a problem that is well known by this council and every regional council in the country, and biosecurity in New Zealand has taken 3 months. So there's a little bit of a progression in this because we're still working on it. I was having conversations to settle agreements yesterday with potential contractors. So if I can just quickly go through, just like first, What's at stake with gold claims? They're highly productive, with destinations capable of producing approximately 70,000 juveniles per year at population level. Overseas densities of up to 10,000 individuals per square metre have been recorded. Parts of the Waikato River have also already experienced rapid population growth since detection in 2030. And as you will be aware, gold claims are now in Small Lake and New Plymouth, and the latest from there is they've given up trying to get rid of them. It looks like they're just going to close the lake for all vessels. And that's really something. If they get into any of the lakes, particularly the lake that submission is on behalf of the Local Community Association, if it gets into the lake of colour, it will destroy what is one of the most upsetting lakes in New Zealand. And it will do the same for the other 14 lakes. They can get into that. So they're easily transportable, they change the water chemistry. Already the Waikato River is seeing major changes in calcium levels. It's all there, I won't go through too much. Essentially what we're saying is this council spent over 200 million trying to clean up and improve the water quality of the Rotorua Te Arawa lakes. If gold claims get into the Te Arawa lakes, very much that could be thinned out. And we talked, in the previous minute, talked about, the economic question about what's the link between conservation and the tourism industry. It would be significant. I won't go into that, but we believe it would be significant. So there's basically three principles to what we're doing. All vessels entering a controlled Te Arawa lake from different controlled or uncontrolled freshwater water or water bodies must undergo decontamination and registered decontamination centre. So essentially all boats need to be decontaminated before going to the lake. Second principle, all vessels re-entering the same Te Arawa lake without accessing any other water body does not need to be decontaminated. And then the third principle is all vessels that have only entered or exited a saltwater water body between exiting and re-entering the same controlled Te Arawa lake does not have to be decontaminated. So they are the three principles we're working on, and that's based on science. So salt water, apparently we put boats into salt water, there is no decontaminants that can harm the Te Arawa lake. Okay, key system concepts. So what I'm talking about now is the working model we're trying to establish, which the funding of 250,000 will make possible. Most of that funding will be going into capital equipment. Number plate reading cameras, AI-enabled cameras, RFID scanners, electronic control gates. We're talking about an autonomous system that operates without having to have the boats to manage boats going in and out. We're also talking about building a proof of concept decontamination centre with NIWA based on local culture for the working model. It will be a really, really scaled down version of the eventual decontamination station. So there are four components to the decontamination centre, technical leads, what clearance from NIWA, the boat rate detection unit, lead, technical leads, Adrian Holmes from What You Use Security, central vessel tracking database, technical lead, Adrian Holmes from What You Use Security, and the EC, the boat ECL unit from the home base scheme, technical lead part Digger from the Stoke Design Electronics. What I've got here is some photographs of sort of how we looking to establish label coverage. And I've got a whole lot of, some of the data that we've collected which it started really useful to be able to work out, the types of boats we need to decontaminate, the volume of boats, particularly spread over the days. So I'd like to stop there and leave it for questions.
Thank you, Councillor Grayling, and Councillor Mulvey.
Thank you so much, Neil, for the really detailed thinking and research that has gone into this submission and your presentation today. I'm really interested if the regional council does vote on someone into this project, who else do you think we can leverage to get involved? So we talked about NEWA, MPI, and I know that we are both following the American technologies where this week that they developed as well. Who else might leverage to get involved?
So the focus is on establishing a working model, and there are a couple of components that we need to establish proof of concept. In other words, the electronic seal. Now, that is an absolute copy of the North American system, with a physical piece of wire or seal. What we're doing is we're going to a system that does away with that, but still provides seal. It's an electronic system, and it's controlling the central database. So we believe we've found the right company, based in Hamilton, to design that. Watch Security based in Cambridge, the head office in Cambridge, but also got an operation in Christchurch. We also believe they're the only ones in the country that are operating already, providing the site type of access technology in New Zealand. So if you look at some of the most secure technologies around, it would almost certainly be Watch Security. And then NEWA's already been funded by MPI to do freshwater contamination research. So we're certainly leading on that. We're using NEWA to lead in that area. They've given a verbal commitment at this stage that they are fully supportive of working towards getting a working model decontamination system at Label Target by summer. And they'll realign the budget stuff they've had for next year with MP. They were just on the point of putting in on it, coming year's program. And we're able to get to realign that to support setting up this decontamination working model.
Champion, it looks like we're just about out of time here, but just quickly, so in summary, you're supportive of what we're consulting on in terms of the additional funding going into the long-term plan to support these initiatives, because this is a project that you would ultimately be wanting funded through those mechanisms we're consulting on. And just secondly, I didn't see as part of the work with the Road Relates Council in terms of the privacy and security cameras. A lot of that is a requirement that we've talked about briefly at Road Relates Strategy Group around the legalities of the security cameras and the recording and the data. Did you get anywhere with that?
No, I mean, like I said, 3 months. So we've broken it all down. Pretty much in most areas, discussions are happening. This is just, the bit that we need to get sorted out now. So what we would expect, what we're requesting, so our submission was 250,000 for a proof of concept working model.
Yeah.
And what we would like to see is 250,000 be allocated to your biosecurity budget and a mechanism for approval from our group and council.
Yeah.
So that you don't go around, your staff don't go off and do something different. And likewise, we don't go off and do something different.
So within existing budgets, not necessarily enough to the future things that we consulting on.
Oh, you're talking about Quayside.
No.
I mean, as an campaign submission, what I'm requesting is that you allocate additional 250,000 to the biosecurity budget. Or if you want to reorganise that budget, we need to, that sort of money otherwise else.
Thank you.
Councillor Mulvey.
Thank you, Chair. I popped out of character and Jim, just have a look at what you guys are doing. very, a lot of strong community support there. And the guys said to me, oh, you talk to me. My question though, just as an engineer, if you have a decontamination site at the edge of the lake, how do you stop clean larvae or what they call it, actually getting washed into the lake?
Okay, two things, it is away from the lake, the area we are looking to do already has a registered decontamination system in place. So essentially, when you dump, water, so let's go back. This is about hot water, so essentially we need to heat hot water to 60 degrees and sit it in the belches and push it through the pipe work of certain ones. Others, it's just a matter of basically sitting in the belches and for a certain period of time, relatively short period of time. And what we do is we put that water into the boats and then we take it out, and any, for example, the gold clam larvae, we can.
Right,
And then what we do is
thank you. Has that answered your question? Yeah, thank you. Sorry, Neil.
That's it.
Great to see you back in chambers. Sorry, I was so cold with you, but appreciate the submission. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. Jesse and Justin. Just one of the next speakers are coming up. Councillors, could I just have a couple of requests? One, Councillor Kalatai and Councillor Campbell are here to join. So just checking the councillors okay if we add those two apologies into that move at executive functions, and I think you do that. You're growing, so thank you. And also, just a request for the people that are listening online, if you could ask your questions and speak into the microphone. There are some difficulties with people online hearing you. Keep the microphone on and speak clearly into the microphone, please. Sure.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. So just introduce myself. I'm Justin Lee, the Head of Strategy Investment at Filter NZ. This is Jesse Oppert, Strategy and Special Projects Advisor. Also just wanted to pass on some apologies for Andrew Wilson and executive today. So I won't read the whole submission. I'll take the full submission as been read, but I'll just cover off our main points. So our core point is we support the principle of a protected regional endowment fund. We do not support finalising it through this amendment. We believe that the direction is right, but the pathway is too rushed. So just cover off our main points. So key point one, we believe that we should defer the Quayside proposal to the next year's LTP. So regional council is consulting on multiple structural options within this proposal, financial strategy changes, significant and engagement policy amendments, potential legislative protection, and an 18-month implementation. Governance, tax treatment, and key implementation detail are still being worked through. Central government has also signalled local government reform on top of that, and we believe that this is a once in a generation decision. Our concern is relatively straightforward, that locking in the structure now before all these inputs are settled risks time in the hands of future trustees with an arrangement that may not be fit for purpose. Once $3 billion sits in the hands of a new entity, unwinding or adjusting that is difficult and expensive. The LTP process next year gives time for proper strategic planning and independent advice, and lets the structural decision be made with all the relevant settings clear. Key point two, keep the fund whole. So we believe that scale is the core strength of this portfolio. Fragmenting it undermines the efficiency, diversification, and compounding returns. The consultation uses that logic to keep port and non-port assets together. The same logic should apply to the portfolio. We don't support that hybrid cover as a result. Key point three, we don't believe that dividends should be used as a rate subsidy. Using 48 million a year for household rates is a modest use of the strategic asset and also masks the complete costs of regional council. Our argument is that operational efficiency is the right lever for affordability, And the returns from a $3 billion endowment fund can be freed up for strategic regional investment with a long-term impact materially exceeds per household offset. 2.4, independent governance, separated functions. So the current model where the chief executive and councillors sit on the Quayside board, blurs governance and beneficiary roles. The entity managing the fund should be distinct from the entity allocating distributions. Investment management should be commercially focused and insulate from political pressure. Distribution decisions should sit separately against transparent criteria. The Auckland Future Fund is an example, which the consultation document does reference, as a working example of what it looks like. It's got a solid trust structure, independent trustees, outsourced investment management, statutory protection and distributions targeted at long-term services and infrastructure. We support regional council move in that direction. And we just want the same structural decision made within the same rigor that Auckland applied to it through their long-term plan process, not rush through an amendment cycle. So just to close, 5 asks: defer the structural decision to next year, confirm the commitment to the portfolio as an intergenerational endowment, keep the fund whole, transition away from dividends as rates relief, and separate independent investment management from distribution decisions. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Councillors, questions? So, thank you, GC and Justin. I believe there are no questions, so thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
It's very good.
Okay. Claire and Stephen are making their way into Chamber House. Welcome, Claire and Stephen. You can come right on in. Yeah, we're ready for you. You have 10 minutes, there'll be about 8 minutes. Thank you.
Keep it on if you like.
Yeah. Tēnā koutou katoa, ko te Graham Tukoina.
See Martin, members of Aotearoa.
Yeah, the we're from Like Aotearoa, a volunteer group set up to help Rotorua become a city where riding a bike for transport is really easy and attractive. And we're carrying on the work from Rotorua Cycle Action, which sort of dissolved a few years ago. And we're a passionate group of volunteers with a vision for Rotorua to become a city where cycling is not just in the forest or on the BMX track, but where you can do everyday trips on a bike to get around. And I'll explain why we think it's a great place to do that shortly. We want to really focus on the young next generation to help them onto their bikes, and we're really keen to work, and we're already doing this, working with council and transport agencies and community to improve our infrastructure and encourage people to bike. So why do we need to be a group doing this? Well, our streets and cities have been designed around cars for a very long time, and as a result, we've got cities filled with cars. And if you look at an aerial of sort of the central area here, we've got lots of car parking and cars. So as a result of this, our roads have become a lot busier and less safe for people. And interesting fact, we've actually got the highest car ownership in the world now in New Zealand, so that's not something to be proud of, but we've got 869 cars per 1,000 people. So we've reached, we've risen above the US in that stat, which is not anything to be proud of. So a lot of our kids are growing up without the freedom to kind of ride bikes to school, or walk to school because the streets have become so unsafe. And as a result, lots of those kids are not getting enough movement into their day, and they're often overweight or anxious as a result. So there's really good opportunity there to improve things. So why Rotorua? What's the particular thing about this being a great city for us as well? It's a fantastic scale. It's about 5 kilometres by 5 kilometres, our city, roughly, and which takes about 20 minutes either side to cycle from one side to the other, even faster if you're on an e-bike. We've got real gentle topography, we've got some hills, but we've also got a lot of really gentle flat land. We've got lots of destinations and events that could be cycled to. And we've already had successes like the bike library that was run by, set up by NZTA, and it was on the Kaingoora site, and they did lent out bikes to residents there. There was really great uptake. We had kids being able to ride bikes to school. We had a lady who was able to get a job outside of public transport hours. She used an e-bike. And there was a huge, success until unfortunately it made it to the media and people were rude about the cost that they'd gone into it, which was very low compared to kind of the benefits that we were seeing. So transport poverty is not talked about much, but it's a real thing and lots of people experience it. Most people experiencing it and not making decisions. So it's often not something that is talked about or addressed much. So we talk about how we've got some really great infrastructure in Rotorua for cycling already, but it's about connecting it up and making a really good network so you can get around to all the places you need to get to rather than just into 1 or 2 places. What we've done so far is Bike Rotorua, we've been operating for about 1.5 years, sort of 8 to 10 sort of core group. We've run some bike ballets, which have been really successful. We ran one for the Christmas parade in December, and we had over 100 people park our bikes with them. And so the bike ballet is where we set up temporary bike parking, and people can ride to a particular event. We have someone overseeing those bikes. So you park your bike, grab a ticket, go to the event, enjoy the event, and then come back and grab your bike to go. And the parking is nice and close to where that event is happening. We've also done some community bike rides, which is about getting small groups of locals together and riding around their local routes to just sort of get people confident about where they can ride in their local area. We've engaged some local businesses. We've started talking to them about having a relationship with us to help support spot prizes or extra events which we want to put on. And we've been in the process of working closely with Rotorua Lakes to develop a pin drop map, which we're going to pop up on the web on their platform to help gather input from community around for people who ride around already, noting issues they know on the network, ideas for the network, and places where they'd like more bike parking. So we're going to gather that information and meet regularly with Rotorua Lakes Council on trying to address some of those issues or ideas when business as usual is happening. If maintenance is happening, can we get a drop curb put in here? Is that a barrier? Or so trying to get those little things in the environment we're in. There isn't much investment happening at all in walking and cycling. So we are trying to do what we can right now, but hopefully that may change in the near future. So what we need today, I guess, first of all, it's just introducing who we are. We exist. We're a really passionate group of individuals who, between ourselves, have a lot of experience and ideas. We would love to be able to get some funding for holding more events and supporting the community side of cycling. And ideally we'd love money to do things in the network, but that's a long-term kind of gain. But currently it's we'd love to purchase our own temporary bike racks and then be able to offer incentives for people to ride to events. And then we want those conversations to happen with people we're engaged with to find out what are the barriers to riding that you have and capture that information to take it forward as we kind of help work with councils and agencies. So yeah, imagine if Rotorua could have the highest bike ownership in the highest bike mode share in New Zealand, wouldn't that be an amazing achievement? The Stephen's got anything to add?
I think so, just quickly, just the observation, someone who's worked for a relative study is if you could integrate more of the international status of the mountain bike as with Rotorua as a cycling destination generally, I think that would also have quite a benefit economically in terms of how attractive the city would be. And the only other thing is just to emphasise this point. We've already got quite a lot of good infrastructure by cycling. It's great, but the problem is you need wheel linkage and a good point city centre itself, so that we feel more confident. So we get in around. That's it. Sure.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Stephen. We have two questions, one from Councillor McMillan and one from Councillor Kumar.
Oh, Morning, and thank you, Claire and Stephen, and thanks for sharing side of the vision of Rotorua Lakes region. So there's kind of two aspects, I suppose. One is relatively low hanging fruit in terms of some project waste, which can come through funding grants, etc. So we do have a range of grant pots with sustainability, so it might be worth exploring those as well as other organisations. In terms of the infrastructure and missing links, as you say, we all know how vital that is, because to have a controlled site for safety A2P, there's just one 5-metre section that's unsafe, that means the child can't go on that entire route. So what I'm trying to work out in my head is the best pathway for you to drive this through in terms of with the regional land transport plan. Have you had any thoughts and conversations with Rotorua Lakes Council and transport planning, and where the drive for capital investment in terms of those connections could be pushed through?
Yeah, we've got a close relationship with One Council, but I think because of the GPS currently there is just no way that, and I'm pretty sure they've put a hold on funding for 3 years. At the Lakes Council in terms of any investment into walking and cycling. So we're kind of aware of that.
Yeah, so it's more in terms of it being recognised as a business case that that needs funding. I totally endorse what you're saying about the current GPS and the requirements for the cycleways, but yeah, in terms of like having it as a project.
Yeah, because I can talk with them a bit more about that.
Yeah, I also add that the about GPS is 3 years, 10 years, so you took a 3-year roller.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
so there's always opportunities. As Claire said, we've got a good relationship, and we will keep building on that. And then when the opportunities arise through strategy, we will be in a situation. The only other thing I know is the question of the pinch points. In my experience, other areas, is that often it's not cost.
Yeah.
The cost is usually.
Yeah.
It's actually getting people to be aware that they need to do it.
Yeah.
Which is partly why we have a pin drop map, so that people around the city can go, this is a problem. And it can be as simple as a stormwater gradation that is improperly designed that trips people up when they're cycling. So it's that kind of thing. So often it's not a cost, it's just an awareness.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, we're hoping that the hoping that pin drop map will also pick up crossing points, because as you say, if there's a place you can't cross safely for walking, cycling, that's a total barrier. Whether you've got the greatest infrastructure up to the intersection but no crossing, then you can't get across.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Jill, and to Claire, thank you very much for staying on the bike, and Stephen as well. My question or comment is mainly around, we've had a lot of infrastructure put in Rotorua over the years, in the last 10 years maybe. And we've seen very poor Tata back that they cannot use. In fact, they've taken up good parking spaces and we've never really seen growth in that. Even in the forest, when a lot of people are coming to bike, they're coming in the vehicles, putting bikes on their legs and then they're driving out with their bikes. So you also mentioned e-bikes. I'm just trying to work out the equity between the type of people that come on the e-bikes and affordability as well. There may be a lot of bike shops in town. Can you bring them to encourage more people? And one of the funding probably could be for more, I don't know whether it's for infrastructure or to grow events, like you said. How do we get the local socio to come into this bikes when the bikes are themselves $4,000, $5,000, $6,000? How do we get more people to cycle when the cost of owning a cheaper car is more than what's that? And the government has not, or the council that, like I said, not provided proper data to say that this is all working in the way they spend the money in the last 10, 15 years.
Yeah, transport is complicated. It's called a transport system, like systems, there's a whole lot of moving parts. So I think in terms of the infrastructure that's being put in is pretty good. Like Stephen was saying, unless you've got a really well connected network, you're not going to get everyone suddenly jumping on their bikes. And obviously you're not going to ever get everyone jumping on their bikes because some people don't want to bike, can't bike, because they've got a business vehicle or where they're traveling is just too far. I think having a connected network helps, but also yeah, for kids, I think there's some great programs where they've got bikes in schools for kids, so teaching kids how to ride. And then in terms of getting a bike for a child, what they're doing a lot in Auckland is they're setting up bike hubs where you can go to a local bike hub. If you don't know much about bikes or you want to just try it out for your child, you can go pick up a second-hand bike. And that's actually something else we've been doing is restoring old bikes and giving them away or selling them for a small amount of money. So for a child to get on a bike is pretty low cost. It's definitely not $4,000 or $5,000. You can pick up second-hand bikes for $50 to $100 that are pretty decent. But then it's enabling that infrastructure around the school, say, and a lot of that is crossings for those kids to be able to access them safely. And so I think, yeah, there's the potential. I mean, I know there's lots of data around to show that if you go into a school and you ask how many children cycle and how many children walk and how many children get driven, the people who get driven are often like, oh, I wish I could ride, but my mom says I'm not allowed or I don't have a bike. So there's a huge, there's a huge interest for kids to be able to actively get to school, but either the parents think it's too dangerous, which it often is because of the amount of vehicles around. I'll just touch on the other driver is parking. When we provide a lot of parking and it's free, you get a lot of people driving. Inherently, we're humans and we're lazy and we like to do the easiest things. So if we have a car and might rain today, or actually that's just what you've always done, it's really hard to shift. So that's why in cities where they're making progress, they're charging a lot for parking and they're having really comprehensive parking plans. So that's something we really need in Rotorua, and we're missing that. So that would really help in terms of helping shape that behaviour, even though people don't want that to happen.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate your time.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, guys.
Jim.
All the chair and councils, staff. Unfortunately, our chair here and some of our key members are unable to be here today, so you've got me. So you will note our submissions in two parts. And in the first part, it's a general submission against your topics 1 to 3. And you'll note that we've submitted support and principle for those few preferred options and for some specific caveats. which we hope you take into consideration to also your deliberations. I'm not proceeding more about that because I'm principally here to speak on the second part of the submission, which relates to the all out challenge. And I'd just like to acknowledge firstly that LRCA, along with the Lake Water Quality Society, has already engaged with Council in considerable debate regarding this matter, and we do continue to work with good faith on. Nevertheless, we view the discussion around supporting regional infrastructure development as a further opportunity to reinforce our belief that Council should set a long-term funding commitment within its financial and investment framework to remediate this. We're here now to seek to further substantiate our stance on this message today. The majority of you fronted our AGM in January, and your participation and attendance, as always, was appreciated. And I'm sure you will have noted that the 120 plus audience made their sentiments pretty clear. The wall should stay, it needs to be fixed with some urgency. Much of what follows now has been said before, but it's important to emphasise the message in the context of this discussion. So, Lake Rotorua is getting sicker, measurably and visibly. Algae blooms are entering the lake, main body of the lake through regions in the wall. Trophic level index has climbed back to 3.8, heading away from target of the water. And this is still happening 12 years after the corrosion problem was first identified. And so we're here today to ask Council to take one concrete step forward, commit to a remediation budget in this annual plan. The wall was built for a specific critical purpose to prevent nutrient-rich lake Rotorua water from entering into Lake Rotorua, and it worked. By 2014, our TLI had proved the sweet point. Then corrosion was discovered. Since then, without a properly functioning wall, the gains have reversed. The TLI at last count was 3.8. Algal blooms are more frequent, and the water clarity has declined. Total nitrogen loads in Lake Rotorua remain approximately double those in Rotorua, and they haven't measurably diminished since 2000. All is not a temporary measure, it is an ongoing necessity. Council cited University of Waikato modelling, suggesting wall removal could cause only a minor decline in Rotorua's water quality. We do respect that work, but we ask Council to take serious note of other compelling statements in that same report. And these are highly pertinent. I'm going to quote them directly. They're in the submission. I'll quote them here. That even with the most ambitious reduction in Lake Rotorua's TLI, additional water quality management in Lake Rotorua would be required to achieve its target of 3.5. And further, it states that removal of the wall without additional measures will be insufficient to get Lake Rotorua meet its target. And it concludes that the continued placement of the wall is still warranted. Furthermore, the most recent data shows Lake Rotorua's TLI trending upward, not downward. Climate variability, sediment, nutrient cycling, and groundwater lag effects make long-term improvement deeply uncertain. More recent independent modelling assessments suggest that the volume of water influx through the wall has increased significantly over the past 5 to 6 years. Current information underestimates this volume. Additionally, there is considered to be potential for catastrophic failure in some of the sheet piles sooner rather than later. Corona leakage through the wall reintroduces ever more nutrient and phytoplankton rich water into Lake Rotorua. The community's view that the wall will need to remain for decades, possibly longer, is not alarmism. It is a reasonable reading of the science, including that which Council itself commissioned. In all August last year, council adopted the dynamic adaptive pathway plan for 1.5 million budget. We acknowledge that decision. But it is a planning and assessment budget. It is not a remediation budget. There is currently no committed funding line to physically repair or reinstate. While investigations are necessary, what this means in practice is that the wall continues to deteriorate and ruby continues to decline. Every season of delay narrows the remediation options and increases the cost. The community has now waited 12 years since corrosion was first found. Frustration is not impatience. It is an entirely rational response to watching a problem that can and should be fixed become a more distant and expensive one. We are not asking council to short circuit the DAG process. We are asking that the funding commitment run in parallel with it, not sequentially, so that when the assessment concludes, the budget is ready and remediation can begin without further delays. We regard remediation of the wall as fitting your own stated investment purposes. Purpose one is an existing environmental infrastructure obligation under resource consent. Purpose two is a significant regional infrastructure investment with multi-generational value. And as submitted, we see it as meeting at least 4 of your 7 valuation criteria. So to reiterate what we are essentially asking for in the submission, first, establish a dedicated remediation budget line in the annual plan, not referred to a future long-term plan cycle. Secondly, explicit recognition of the wall as a qualifying investment under the current or new funding structure. Thirdly, commit to a remediation timeline so the community can have confidence that this will repair to begin once that process concludes. In short, a committed funding line and a potentially start payment. I just want to close by emphasising these points. Ruby is a town for this region, for national and international visitors, and for a generation still yet to be born. It is one of the most popular freshwater lakes in the country. It is widely recognised for its ecological setting and recreational value. It suffered significant degradation for 60 years or more, in no small part due to the influx of nutrient rich water from Lake Rotorua, which is now starting to reassert itself. The result of large-scale algal bloom outbreaks in the early 2000s were devastating for its reputation and its popularity. No one wants a repeat of that. All of these factors essentially influence the installation of the wall in the first place, which facilitated rapid region water quality. So it started failing. Rotorua relies on the environmental protection and nutrient flow from Lake Rotorua. Council's own commission science supports retention. You're simply asking for commitment with a budget that reflects the true long-term value. We urge you to give that further serious consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Any questions, councillors? So one more.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks again for very good summary today. Just quickly a question around, you said that there's no plan to remediate the optional in the long-term plan. Can you elaborate on that?
Sorry, repeat that.
You mentioned that there is no plan to remediate the option in the long-term plan.
So our understanding is that at the moment you have the debt budget of 1.9 million, which is abundant to carry out further investigation and assessment. There is no specific budget to remediate the wall.
Thank you very much. I just appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, thank you.
Just leave councillors know what Chantel's coming. The speaker after Chantel was scheduled to be Kate Bertino. That will now move to 2:30. With updated schedules. And we will have an additional speaker taking Kate Bertino's spot. That will be Peter McCollum, an individual. The page number of Peter's submission is page 275 on the booklets, or tab 3.98. And the ID number for that submission is 15939. I'll repeat those before Peter's submission. Thanks, Sean. The floor is yours.
Tēnā koutou e ramana, tēnā tīna mi ma oche kamira, mina mana whenua, tēnā koutou katoa. Ko shanga tuku noa, mo te amana o tikona, he kaimahau mo te rea o te kāia. My name is Chantal Parker. I'm the Regional Conservation Manager for Forest and Bird in the Bay of Plenty, East Coast and Hawke's Bay. Forest and Bird represents a national organisation with strong local roots and over 100 years of empowering communities through grassroots action and national advocacy. We build strategic partnerships that champion Indigenous nature conservation across Aotearoa, New Zealand. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of our 4 local branches here in the Bay of Plenty. We support diversification of Council's investment portfolio towards more ethical and environmentally responsible investments. We remain concerned about the current structure of Quayside Holdings, particularly its affiliation with forest practices that have previously contributed to environmental harm in the region. Our position is that investment arrangement must align with the outcomes Council is seeking to achieve. We therefore support moving towards a trust model for intergenerational investment, which provides stronger public oversight and alignment with long-term community benefit. We are open to a regional benefit fund, however, it must be clearly aligned with sustainability, climate resilience, and environmental protection. There is a risk that current governance arrangements could create conflicts of interest, reputational risk, or misalignment with public value. If this fund is intended to deliver long-term regional benefits, its governance and investment partners must meet high environmental standards. We strongly support increased investment into Indigenous biodiversity. Currently, biodiversity receives a very small proportion of overall council spending. In the Bay of Plenty, this is less than 3% of total rate revenue collected, indicating the low priority that biodiversity and environmental conservation is given in budgetary decisions. This does not reflect the importance of biodiversity as the foundation of environmental health, economic resilience, and community well-being. We urge Council to significantly increase investment, including introduced predator and ungulate control, habitat restoration, wetland protection, and biodiversity monitoring. Healthy ecosystems provide critical services such as carbon sequestration, flood protection, water filtration, and habitat for native species. We must stop treating ecosystem services as optional benefits. They are essential infrastructure. As a community, our lives depend on it. We also emphasize the Kibuta Kiatai mountains to sea approach, recognizing that land, freshwater, and marine systems are interconnected. Investment must reflect whole of system outcomes. This annual plan is an opportunity to align investment with long-term outcomes, strengthen resilience, and uphold responsibilities as kaitiaki. Forest and Bird encourage Council to align financial investments with environmental values, ensure strong governance of regional funds, and significantly increase investment in biodiversity. Ngā mihi kia koutou o te whai wahi ki te korero. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. On behalf of our local branches, we really thank you for your time.
Good, thank you. Councillor, any questions? Very clear.
Very clear.
Thank you. Appreciate your time. Thank you. Peter, would you like to come forward? Again, just to remind the councillors, Peter's submission is on page 275. It's submission number 15939, tab 3.98. Welcome to
Thank you. I'm on the Lakes Community Board, so tonight I'm talking to you on a personal, rather than a board member point of view. My submission is really about water. And over the last few years, there has been more water that's come out of the sky, it's full of the lakes, and we need to get rid of them. An issue that we're having is that the start point every year, the rainy season, the water that we have in our lakes is slightly higher. It's only slightly, but it is higher. And then over a period of time, as we're getting more and more storms, we're now having issues with flooding. So I would like to see in front of the Hygiene River, there is a sediment pile that's been built up. It's got a little tree in it. I would I would like my submission for someone to actually clean or get rid of the dirt that's been built up in the front of the Hygiene River. That is to allow the lakes to actually start to drain. And the draining we want done is actually through summer. So that the start point is low. The other thing that we'd like to do is the floodgates are not helping us. They may help someone further down the Kaitana, but they're not helping us as in the Arenado River. So if someone could explain to me why we have floodgates and what we actually do with it, that would be useful. Because at the moment, what we're doing is we're actually slowing the water down. And what I'm put it to you, that we've got houses that are under water, and we actually want to stop that. Because this is where we live. The overhead channel and the diversion wall needs to be repaired. It has been installed, it is faulty, and it needs to be fixed. And there's a regional council issue, and I would also put this to you that it's something that you should stand up and take ownership. Going out and finding out that the pile's really good and putting a little bit of money aside is not actually fixing the problem. The problem is that Rotorua is polluted. It's not polluted from today, it's been polluted for 100 years. There is rubbish, nitrates poured into that lake for years. And no simple wand is going to fix that. That is basically my submission.
Thank you for that, very clear. Councillor, any questions? Councillor Defoe?
And thank you for your work on the community support as well. I've just got two questions. You mentioned that the floodgates are not working. Has there been a consultation between the people with not only at Humbrana but within the area that is actually helping and supporting?
And answer that question, I think that there's a generalised understanding that the floodgates are actually holding the water back and are actually letting it drain. And so community groups that we've talked to, we on that.
Yeah.
Excuse my voice, I had COVID a few weeks ago. There was one of the
Yeah, that's fine. It's all good. And my second question, Peter, is around who do you think that we best need to consultate? Do consultation, but you mentioned around us in expert consultation. Which area or who do we need to do consultation with, and what? I can actually answer that.
The consultation will have to be with the local community, because at the end of the day, they have the ownership of the lake.
And just to make notes, I think this will be one of the things on the village strategy that we bring up. So thank you very much, and thank you for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you, Peter. Appreciate your time. Thank you. We now have Craig Batchelor, who is online. Over to you, Craig.
Kia ora koutou. You can hear me okay?
We can hear you well, thank you, Craig.
Okay, thank you. My name is Craig Batchelor. I'm speaking on behalf of local residents who are the O'Kerry Road Reserve Care Group and Jetty Society. We also want to acknowledge the Lake Rotoiti Community Association, and we strongly support their submissions and thank them for their ongoing efforts in advocating for the health of the lake, including the work around the Oho Channel Wall. But I'm talking about, I guess, a smaller issue, part of that picture at O'Kerry Road Reserve, and it's one of the few quality public access points in this end of the lake. Lakeweed now extends 40 to 50 metres from the shore. You can't swim, you can't paddle, the dab chicks can't dive, dogs can't drink from the lake, and accessing the jetty is extremely difficult. I provided some photographs, and hopefully those are part of the submission. You can see there, and I checked again this morning, that those conditions are getting worse, not better. So this part of the lake sits in the O'Kerry Arm, receives nutrient-enriched water from Lake Rotorua via the Oho Channel. In our sheltered bay, the nutrient load combines with quite low water movement and shallow depth, and really amplifies the weed and water quality problem. And this is the worst that the residents have seen in the last decade. And it's now well beyond the ability of those locals to manage with rakes and wheelbarrows and other contraptions that have been put together over the years to try and clear things out. We recognise that resources are limited and not all areas can be treated, but our bay has not been included in the current program, and it really does need to be. We are really pleased to hear that recently that some funding may now be available to address the immediate problem we have, but what we are seeking is a longer term rather than a one-off response. We note that our region is invested heavily in the nutrient management and lake restoration at a higher level, system level, but at local level we're looking to have a level of service for areas, specifically those that provide public access, as with our reserve, and a proactive program for hotspots like the O'Kerry Road Reserve Bay, and the funding to support that. And importantly, when external funding isn't sufficient, we would like council to be ready to step in rather than wait for those bigger picture matters to be addressed. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. We have a question from Councillor Defoe.
Tēnā koe, Craig, and thank you for your submission. Just one question, I'm looking at the photographs right now. Are these private properties or are they access for public?
It's a recreation reserve. There's a map I provided with the submission which shows the extent of that reserve.
By vehicles or foot, or is it by boat only?
It's accessed by foot. There's a right of way with a shared public access that comes off O'Kerry Road. You can see that on the plan at one end, and there's a public access at the other end that links through. And there's a Wakaama sort of launching spot at one end, at the Tahiki Marae end. So it has really good public access.
And so does this occur regularly or only during storms?
It's been an ongoing issue, and the locals tend to get down there with rakes and barrows, and we've got a compost bin that's been installed. We sort of do that by hand and clear things as needed. But in this last episode, probably for the last 2 months at least, there's been a massive infestation, and to a level that we just can't manage. It's just too much volume and it's too extensive.
Great. Thank you for that, Craig. Appreciate it.
There are no further questions. Craig, thank you for your submission. Appreciate your time today. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig. Well, I'm thinking we're a little behind. We're gonna have Jackie McGill speak, but we've had some super subs come in, so Mickey.
Thanks for going to happy.
Welcome to you both. You're like, when you're ahead, you have 10 minutes whenever you're ready. You can take a moment to get ready, just walk to the building.
Morning, everybody. That was, I am Cassia Uruhi, so I'm speaking on behalf of today. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I'll get right into it. It's going to be 10 minutes. So the first point I think in discussion is around the TTC award funding. And I guess what we're seeking through this proposal is that any future infrastructure that the and I look at like the infrastructure as a trust, or the way that the fund might be set up, considers the roles and responsibilities that council has at the moment in its funding allocation to support the capability and capacity uplift of hub building. And so that any distribution of funding takes into account mana whakahonoaruhi. And so we have that relationship with the regional council. We would like to make sure that any arrangements that you put in place for the allocation or distribution of funding moving forwards doesn't dilute your commitment to us to fund the potential that we've both identified under our mana whakahonoaruhi. The second thing I'd like to say is about the regional investment. And there's some commentary in the proposal about infrastructure. And I guess our position is that infrastructure is, for want of better terms, hard infrastructure and soft infrastructure. And we want to see any future investment in infrastructure to be a balance between the both. We've seen the failing of diversions, of gates, of walls, of weirs, to both our ecosystem and our way of living, particularly in relation to fresh water. And so what we'll be seeking is investment from this fund and mechanisms for this fund to uphold natural ecosystems, ecosystem services, and infrastructure that upholds and maintains Te Manawa Te Wai, Te Maurua Te Wai, and centres our time. In terms of regional benefit, we did have a bit of a conversation with iwi and Mati Moana about the definition of regional benefit. We've got some views on that, so our tool to you is that you engage with us, you know, that you be available to define and describe what regional benefit might be. You've got some growth strategies, I think, that district councils have developed. And those would be required to be brought together under some spatial planning work that you will all need to do, or that we will all need to do as a community. I would say to you that not all iwi and Hapu were actively engaged in the development of those growth plans, and there are gaps in those. And so regional benefit probably doesn't have the lens it needs to have at the moment. So we would ask that we're engaged in the definition of regional benefit and describing to you what that might mean. I would say that some of that regional benefit is already defined. So your co-governance entities that you and your district councils are part of, sitting alongside iwi, your four, they're all revolve around freshwater and the implementation of treaty settlements. You have a requirement to take into account and provide for those strategies and those frameworks. And I would submit that you will need any allocation of funding to take into account and provide for those strategies that you've already committed to and partnership. All of those strategies have action plans, almost all. Many of them have action plans which deliver to this regional benefit that is yet undefined. Some of them have been in place for more than 10 years and have not yet achieved the things that they set out to achieve. And I would say as a partner to those co-governance forums, there's a requirement under those arrangements to provide for and take into account those strategies, that would be your infrastructure
could be your infrastructure investment, but also how you describe regional benefit, provides for economic development, community benefit, recreation, freshwater outcomes, biodiversity, all the things that you are charged with taking care of. I need one statement on Indigenous biodiversity, and that is we would not support any decrease in funding to Indigenous biodiversity. We again submit that, probably got that wrapped up in the strategies that are provided for by those co-governance forms. The last point I want to make is around freshwater leadership. The key policy lever for investment and approaches to freshwater management has been taken from us, Te Mangoti Wai. We would submit that this may be diminished in the national policy framework set by that parliament over there, by ours. And our expectation from Ngāti Rangiruahi is that Te Mangoti Wai is still upheld in the way that we would work together. We seek to work in partnership with the Regional Council and our whanaunga area across Te Waka to establish a forum where we might support the Regional Council in its settings needed for freshwater management moving forward. And I think in the submission we talked about some kind of technical forum. The national direction is coming, it's going to be imposed on us, and I think we would like to see a proactive council working with us to establish those settings early, so that as a region we get to determine that and not have that told to us by people sitting in Wellington. We also seek a dual council relationship with Waikato Regional Council with some of our aquifers, some of our freshwater runs across both, and why would we have inconsistent settings for things? The last thing I would like to say is that Ngāti Rangiruahi, I think, the investment that the Regional Council has made in us over the last 12 to 18 months. The relationship had been well established. We had been working together, and we're very fortunate to have some of your team working very closely with us on the work that we do. So I really want to acknowledge that. The relationship has recently taken a back step, but I am confident that we can work through that together. And we would like to see the investment that you make in Ngāti Rangiruahi continue. It's here Pounamu, and while it may not seem significant to you in the scheme of things, it actually makes a huge and significant difference for our small team.
Thank you. Councillors. Chair Tom.
It's one question I want to ask. Given the current climate of government and what has been proposed in civil lines and what do you think the biggest impact will be for Ngāti Rangiruahi and how it exercises its animals haki and how they perceive the new structure of regional council impacting on all of that?
It's a really good question. I think and this is just maybe up on the spot. But I would say that the greatest contribution that Ngāti Rangiruahi can make is to bring our forth, our mātauranga and our values and the way that we are whaitaki of our waters and our taonga to demonstrate what that leadership looks like in a taiwan space. And so we have a long history of working with whoever we need to work with to protect those things that are precious to us, and we have been able to be innovative in the ways that we've been able to achieve them. So I would say it's our deep respect and love of the environment, our ability to be innovative, and our eternal optimism that it will be okay.
Thank you.
Tēnā koe, tēnā korua, nāmare kuro ki moto patanero. I'll just go one question per minutes around the mana whakahono. Do we need to relook at it again and go through that process again with Ngāti Rangiruahi?
My understanding at the time that we drafted the mana whakahono, again, this is 2.2.
you can plan conversations ago, I think we presented to committee Monday in 2024. And so I think where we landed with our manifako was because everybody knew that the system was going to change and we could kind of put our finger on what the detail would be. We identified that it would be a placeholder. And so there are some commitments there to have ongoing conversations about our role and the role that we might play with council moving forward within our LTP. And I would say that that commitment is largely being met, but I think we wanted to be clearer about our role in the definition of limits for freshwater and other taonga within our LTP. And that was set under the Te Manawa policy, but we never got the chance to implement that. So I think in our minds there's some clear understanding of the detail of that, but it wasn't embedded in the manifako at the time it was developed. So I'd say yes is my short answer.
Thank you. There are no more questions. You're at a 10-minute break.
Yes. Go change your hand.
Yeah. Tiffany, join us again.
Only 10 minutes, lost. I can talk fast.
One thing to do.
Yeah, kia ora tātou katoa, hello, namaste. Yeah. My first submission is you are showing yesterday, retaining ownership of Port Total. We own 54.9% of company from we own majority shares. Even if we sell off 10 or 20%, we're now going to be only 30, say it's 20%, 34.9%. Unfortunately, back in the day, it was millionaires. Then it became billionaires. Now it's trillionaires. And, we might still have 34.9% majority after selling off 20% or something. But those trillionaires will come in and the other couple of companies, you've got 5% with someone, ACL or someone, 18%, they'll come along and they'll just buy them up. With an offer they can't refuse, the shares will just go on. They're always on the market and they're always, so the problem was money managers and people giving you advice about selling or not selling is a lot of them are wanting to sell. So, they're on that tangent of wanting you all to sell. And because they're going to get a double dip, aren't they? Because they've now convinced us to sell 20% and lose our majority. And they're going to get another double dip when they sell to the people waiting to buy. Because there'll be really of them out there, as I say, it's trillionaires now. So that belongs to the Bay of Plenty, people of the Bay of Plenty, the Port of Taurangi. And just another part that I did put there, those, I can see those guys in Wellington, they don't care too much about regional councils in general, but Quayside, oh yeah, Port of Taurangi, port in New Zealand, nobody wants containers driving up Queen Street, so Auckland second. So they're going to want to acquire Quayside, especially if they do away with the regional council. Only a personal view, of course. Regional park, unfortunately, the people who were money managers back in those days, what is this? Andrew Van Nelson. No, don't use correct on no. I didn't mention his name. The regional parks, I remember when we were there and Stu was still here, Matiwana, when we made the regional park, it was made while I was on council anyway, probably 2012 or 10 or something. And there was all this grassland on there, and we all some of us were saying,
no, let's just plant native and then put the paths in first, then you plant the native. They would have been 15 years old if we had done that, and we wouldn't have had a little Chinese old grandmother and her grandchild die. All it was for was a bit of race on the sheep grazing, which was like, it was bugger, it was 12,000 or something a year we got from a farmer to graze the sheep on it. So, you know, that needs to be followed up and just put some native on there and be done with it. Otherwise, we're going to get more rain with, you know, climate change is happening. If you didn't notice, sorry, take us. You had all rain this year, maybe that's they must, of course, this is the right time when petrol prices are high to change people's habits. You know, when you every morning you stop at a certain coffee shop to get your glass before you come to council. Well, that place closes down for someone's sake, it's closed down for a couple of weeks, and you got to find another place, and then all of a sudden you all of that coffee's better actually, and then you change your coffee routine, and you know that place opens up again, but you don't go back there because you've now changed a little bit of your habit, and that's what we're going to do. Okay, the rich and famous aren't going to catch a bus, but there's a whole lot of people that are on the verge of saying, oh, my car's costing a lot each week, you know, this drive from Whakamotu to town is done to cost me. So this is the time to make the buses free and get them to change their habits. And as I say, there's all those ones like flying for a holiday now, you know, there's going to be a whole lot of rich people who will still be able to fly with the new prices. There'll be a whole lot of people that go, oh, no, I can't afford that holiday anymore to Australia or wherever. So they're going to change and do something else. And so, you know, we need to look at having free buses for everyone. That's another one. And then, so, yeah, that was all I said. That's a few. While I'm doing my Tai Chi, I'm running, jumping down. Yeah, I think further. I don't think it looks better. Yeah, and this opposition to the total to the utilities company, no, there's no beer here. No, we heard, you know, this is a bit of gossip that the rowing fellow in Tauranga and the mayoress over here were looking at joining up as a utility and sort of, you know, I think have you heard that too? Come on, have you heard that as well? In the combined territories? Yeah, to territories, you know. Because I love the name to say I heard this in the grapevine, and so you know, we don't want to go there either. We want to fight to keep the regional council here representing us, because otherwise it's going to be utilities that will be people from Wellington giving us giving us the nod for Wellington, you know, on a laptop. So yeah, so that's another one that that I'm against going to utilities, and I heard that those two were getting together because they're probably both national. No, sorry, no. But anyway, yeah, that's it. We spoke on the research yesterday, so that's all I've got to say. Yeah. Food for thought, I hope. Yeah. Plant seed. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Any questions?
No, we have no questions.
All right. All good. Yeah. Thanks. Right.
Thank you. Can we invite you back?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh,
Nancy, why don't you- please.
On the last fields. Yes.
And starting down.
The floor is yours.
And Nikki Douglas, at the moment, I'm the interim general manager for Ngāti Iwi Authority. And this will be my first submission that I've presented on their behalf. So bear with me. Firstly, the Ngāti understands the drivers for proposed options for the establishment of the trust and the distribution of funding into community. On that basis, what we're asking is that any mechanism or structure that's set up based on a treaty principles approach, where the representation models for that trust reflect this community and tangata whenua and appointed peoples of the community. So we would like to see the trust 50-50 representation of tangata whenua in the community. We would like to see the terms of reference or the way that the funding is distributed to consider transformational infrastructure as opposed to infrastructure that should be developed under BAU. Transformational infrastructure, in our view, is nature-based solutions, those infrastructure solutions that focus on ecosystem services and preserve our taonga and take care of the taiao for future generations. We also want the iwi-specific mātauranga that comes with the development of that infrastructure and any solutions to be recognised as iwi IP. It is our view as Ngāti Mākino that the sustainability of all natural resources underpins the economic development models for this council moving forward. On that basis, we support the submission of Ngāti Rangitahi to invest resource into Matata Lagoon, Te Awa o Southwood, which Ngāti Mākino hold whakapapa connections to, and sit on the Te Awa Restoration Strategy Group due to our relationship with Te Awa o Southwood. We would also support the Tonga from Whakatane District Council to develop wastewater infrastructure for that area because of its significance to Ngāti Mākino. Again, Ngāti Mākino oppose the reduction of biodiversity investment across the region, particularly in our freshwater systems. We consider that the taiao is the future of infrastructure for both PG and seek that you would invest in these infrastructure solutions for our communities. I want to acknowledge the Regional Council for the work that it's done through its Te Awarangi unit to support the uplift and increase in capability and capacity of iwi hapu across the PG. I can see it in the work that I do day to day with the iwi and also the forums that we are participating in. The technical advice that I receive as a general manager from our iwi technicians is based in mātauranga, but is also based in science. It probably surpasses some of the technical advice I've received in other roles I've had in the past because it's integrated and combined. I would like to see the council continue its investment in the Te Awarangi unit and the funds that it uses to support Hapu and iwi and their participation in the resource management sector. I understand that that system is changing and I would implore the regional council to invest more resource in this so that we can keep pace with that change as it evolves. I will confess that the submission that I made on behalf of the Ngāti Iwi in the room about to state on behalf of Ngāti Mākino about the establishment of a new technical group. I've actually talked to other 5 other iwi and have endorsement for that proposal across Te Awa. So what I would like to say is that if we came to you with a joint up approach, then consider it and invest in it. My last one focuses on the growth strategy and economic benefit. So I guess we want to be a proactive partner in the rapid transformation of our iwi. I'm sure you're aware that there is a significant move within Ngāti Mākino's iwi across all Tamaraka. So a shift from dairy farming to kiwi fruit platforms, from into horticulture and agriculture, And also I suspect that the intensification of development of that area will require more housing. And while I understand that land use change, and land use sits with district councils, what I do know is your area's economic development. Ngāti Mākina would like to have a table or a forum established so that we can fully participate in the economic development opportunities that are going to face our iwi and our whānau within our iwi. It will become urgent. I can already see the transformation of our landscape happening, and we need to be party to that, and we are not resourced to do that at the moment. So I would like to see a table or a forum where all the parties that have a vested interest in this can come together so that we can develop our iwi for the benefit of our whānau and our hapere and iwi, and we don't end up in a situation where we further marginalise from our lands and our resources, and that we can do that growth and development in a way that protects our taonga, our moana, our awa, our forests, the indigenous biodiversity that remains on that land. We want to make sure that we're looking after our taonga, so that the economic growth is underpinned by nature, and the role of the iwi in those development opportunities is clearly defined and at the front of that. Yeah, that's all that. Thank you. Thank you.
Otamarako is at the top of the steep hill before you go down that hill to go to the little village. Our marae there, Otamarako, Mākina marae is halfway down that hill. You'll see this road to the left into the farm.
Good. Councillors, any questions? Chair McDonald? Scrivener, Councillor Defoe? Chair McDonald?
Thank you, Ken. I think we also should just one question. Yesterday we heard from the chair of the Rurua around the total to establish a hub. Are you raising the spectrum around a potential group that will go across the Tauranga? How would you see if council considered the establishment of a technical group and or hub that could facilitate the whole of the region? Or do you think that would be too cumbersome and that it will probably be preferable to do it at a sub-regional level?
I have a particular lens, and I'm happy to speak from the seat that I sit in, because others will get their own views. But for me, it really is anchored in those co-governance. They already exist. They exist to fulfill a critical purpose, which is generally around restoration, protection, and enhancement. And it covers all of the well-beings. And so I would say that they start to form some infrastructure, and each of the iwi councils sitting at those tables have some semblance of infrastructure behind them. They all have similar roles and functions that they need to deliver around that protection, restoration, and enhancement. And I would say they provide infrastructure for technical support. They also are embedded in the they will be embedded in the new RM system because they are beasts of tree settlements. And so there will need to be a role for tangata whenua in the settings for Taia moving forward. Which is why I went to technical and not governance, because governance really exists. What is lacking is some technical support to the iwi. And we have it within us, it just needs to be coordinated.
Thank you, Nikki. I just wanted to pick up on your final point there, talking about anticipation, the land use, Rakau, and your desire for a working group or something. I just wondered, had you considered engaging with of the economic development to recover all of that area, but also taking a key into taking through this and hours various times.
Thank you about my response. Although, I'm not sure. I think my point is I want to centre economic development in Tyre as kind of the core values, and that we would want to bring people together around it. I would want this roundtable to be thinking about all of the well-beings. And so I think that generally only happens when you have a leadership. Thank you, John.
Tēnā koe, okay, ngā mihi koe, I won't ask my question, time's up, but e mihi tēnā kia koe, marae e whetū o ngā tumaki mo e whakatau ki a mātou no reira i te tuahi, i te mai kura tēnā.
Good, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, team. That concludes our morning session. We'll now break for lunch and reconvene at for the live stream, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Yes,
Kia ora, welcome back, councillors, welcome back staff, and welcome to our afternoon submitters. I believe we have Diane here to address us. Welcome. The floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Basa kini kami jaga kau sudah catat dan sudah hari ini kau pakai ini ya tahu. Kalau kita kau ini kau boleh mana catat di ane asal stress banyak pun. So not tell me it's travel stress. See. I'll hand over to Delia to walk through ours. Just key points of our submission. Take it as read. Given time and submissions.
I guess just as to make for our solution, we went to something to summarize. And just reinforcing some key points in our submission, we want to point out to the ASS, but if everyone's here, they're quite significant as a visual system of the Aotearoa lakes to Aotearoa. Representing one of the largest concentrations of the country. Our reviewers here will produce the same level of second through the videos still on to refer to them. Our next state is usual use best to escape from zero. These lakes, as we know, are also one of the most established governance arrangements in Aotearoa around the tree sediment legislation and long-standing partnership through that also with the lake stretch through. Our submission of these is about ensuring continuity and capability to the system change, avoiding regression and progress that has already been made. We have that to the Bay of the Regional Council. We put on 30 plan in the past that we supported the strategy to deliver strategy to deliver outcomes to the exception aims. That is. We are coordinated. We are currently navigating a period of significant change. The replacement of the Resource Management Act 1991 and proposed reforms to local government structures, including the digital introduction of providing field reforms. As we noted in our submission, the restructuring or future establishment, I guess, of our council is not a period of evolution for us. Though we wish we could, is a real scenario. Masters together not only may we lose part of the structure came to place person really our land restoration program and sufficiency of funding, a retention of critical technical capability and institutional knowledge. As those functions transfer into a new entity, we need to ensure that that partnership ensures the capability of transfers with it and delivery does not stall during the transition. So from our perspective, this reinforces the need for Te Aroha to be prepared. So our submission clearly makes that priority for us to lift and shift this system to design blueprint for Te Aroha with Te Aroha without you being able to ensure that we transfer with it without this So in terms of that, we requested support for funding Te Aroha Lakes Trust with our Te Aroha iwi to fight for that and the working through the reforms. It's largely designing that system, new system that is like to ensure some really decision making Te Aroha Lakes. They second asking for the highlighted monitoring as we stated main coverage provider earlier CCTC and index of TLI. So as that may not be new to some of you that are involved in the strategy group, I lead in that as a big seed for us. We want to go beyond the TLI. So this is just supporting this we want to rather understand the health of our own species.
So from the tower perspective, these are funding for indicates of what to make out for our common species. So this program will addressing process of development on the monitoring framework regarding input science and also like we just and during the contaminants of the most species that was on the messages and what you like right and well. So a few points today, despite system change, the regional council links for this strategy group. As a matter of national and national significance. We're going to trigger statutory rules support the tower to implement changes to the Resource Management Act and local governance. This includes developing a blueprint for the tower and system managing resources and setting it's supporting stage monitoring program for bio species. I guess that's the last thing that we noted in this mission around the water. We noted that in 324 everything that the was committed to preparing and this way to that in this mission. Our programs, our position statement on the stand up a source economically made showing there's a shows a source business and so I guess our release today the next resignation is to be more to be says we understand that currently is awaiting so
Well, thank you. Councillor, any questions? Chair McDonald or
Just one question. You raised quite a few matters around you reading yourself for a transition period. Can you just tell me what you think the biggest implication would be for you in that transition? My first question. And then my second question is, if there was one thing, one burning thing that you would like in your council to help you with that transition, what would it be?
When we settled in 2006, through our negotiations and without evidence and what was settled and what was in our deed, was that the water would be co-managed in partnership between Regional Council and the Sort of Lakes Council. The Crown would provide some funding to the group to help manage that water. Almost 20 years, Tower was relegated to a cultural partner, could not allocate that funding. It has only been in recent years that that error or omission has been rectified or attempted to be rectified. And it has come off the back of Regional Council recognising what was probably the narrative of the day in 2007, along with also the Lakes Council really emphasising the need for a great partnership. So with the proposed changes, we see probably the degrading of a partnership that is building and has become the fabric of what protects our lakes. Whether it's a small change or a minor change, any change to the partnership will have an impact on our lakes. We signed up to the settlement agreement, the intention of partnering in good faith until such time as we're all in a good position. This current proposed changes by the government to change back in Regional Council is probably going back on what we signed.
Councillor Corder?
Thank you so much for the detail and support the information presentation and submission. And actually, you put it really concisely, which is so helpful for us. With information to absorb some new view. My question is around the shift from TLI to indicator species, and I wonder if you can direct that to not necessarily to answer this question now, but to help us with our decision making down the track, to direct us to further reading so we can understand this better as we move into our decision making processes.
Stuff like that. I'm looking at the time. I think using not enough time. The purpose of the Tower Lake Strategy Group funding, it isn't just on water quality. It talks to protecting the water quality for current and future generations to keep into the water, and recognising Taua's traditional relationships. So a lot of the TLI group focuses on water quality, somewhat misses the other parts of what the group signed up for a vision. So you can sort of want to sort of reiterate or bring that into the life.
So part of the question was, are you able to direct us toward anything to enhancing our knowledge so that we can actually bring that into our, that knowledge into our decision making? So if you have that you forward to us, then we'll be a huge help. Thank you.
Yes. Trustees of Taylor Lake Trust, I appreciate the time and the energy that you put to make your submission today. I've just got one question. Is there any Taylor-led research or monitoring that's already been done? I think it follows up with what Councillor McCorkindale has just said in regards to, I'm just reading it as your conclusion.
So you can see them through as cultural monitoring, population monitoring.
Great. Nō reira ngā mihi nui kia koutou, me o koutou nei mahi, huri noi tēnei o te tātuna kare, tēnā koutou.
I don't know, just very quickly, I think you answered my second question. Or you answered my first one, and answer my second one. If there was one thing that you would request of regional council to help you with their transition, what would it be?
Give us $1 million. It's not we do like the way that the regional, what even the regional council is doing. So we enjoy the partnership. There's no changes we're recommend. It's continue onwards and upwards, despite some of the challenges that the world are facing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have Bill. Bill is online. Bill, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kia ora, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present. I've got 5 points to make, which are in the order of my written submission that you will have before you. So the first point, I'd really like to acknowledge the council and Quayside in terms of the foresight in establishing the investment portfolio and its subsequent development since 1991. And acknowledging the key role that Quayside have had in achieving the growth of the portfolio over that period of time. From the outside looking in, the role and performance of Quayside seems to have been very effective, and all I'd suggest is that care needs to be taken that the baby's not thrown out with the bathwater in any of the structural changes. What already works may be a platform for some refinement instead of wholesale change. Right. Second point is obviously the ring fencing of the investment for future generations. I have to say my interest was stirred in terms of making a submission, given the proposed reform of local government and what could potentially occur regarding the future of the Regional Council's investment fund. To my mind, the preservation of the fund for the benefit of all those in the Bay of Plenty is important and very significant. With impending reform, whatever that format takes, it's important in my view that the investment assets not end up being divvied up or frittered away across multiple new local government entities, whatever they may be. Next point, the legislative framework. I note, and I think it was noted in the consultation document, councils such as New Plymouth District have created a perpetual investment fund that's anchored by legislation. All I'll say on that point is consideration of such an approach seems worthy. My next point is around the resource management reform and spatial planning. The requirement for a regional spatial plan will set the strategic direction for development and public investment priorities in the region for not less than 30 years. In my view, there is an opportunity with the proposed restructuring of the investment structures for an effective connection to be made between the entities of whatever they end up being to the regional spatial plan. The spatial plan would effectively provide a framework for infrastructure, and I mean infrastructure in its widest sense, and associated investment priorities to be clearly defined and agreed. Given the development and approval of the spatial plan, which is intended to involve a consultative and hearings process that will be subject to testing across the region. Now, I do note your consultation document on page 18 notes as an example, potential investment could occur for projects specified in a spatial plan. My next point I've made comments around rates reduction and the potential use of those funds going into that regional benefit fund. And I've also suggested an approach for implementation of such a rates reduction approach. And really then in conclusion, my interest is in seeing the investments are safeguarded and effectively managed in the interest of the Bay of Plenty community in the long term, again, for that broad range of environmental, economic, cultural and social purposes. One way of assisting in determining the region-wide approaches and initiatives is the utilisation of the regional spatial planning process, which, as I've noted, is about to be mandated as part of the resource management reform process. Thank you, Chair, and I'm happy to answer any questions members may have.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you for your submission and presentation. Councillor, do you have any questions? Councillor Scrooger, Councillor McMillan. Scrooger.
Thank you. Yes, thanks, Bill, for your presentation there. I'm just interested in your suggestions around the rates reduction and particularly ring fencing that benefit to exclude newcomers to the district. And while I guess I can see the point of the laudable point of trying to restrict the benefits to those who contributed to the establishment, that's very worthwhile. But do you accept that a person who comes in and buys a property and becomes a ratepayer is in fact also purchasing the benefits that go with that?
Yes, at one level, but what I'm suggesting, they would actually purchase the benefits by greater funding going into the regional benefit fund. Having said that, it's a suggestion that is not without its significant political ramifications, Councillor.
Thank you.
Hi, Bill. I had a question along the rate reduction and the thinking there of that and how you'd flesh that out a bit. But to be honest, I can park that. That could be a further discussion, but unless you wanted to elaborate and talk on how you would sink that lid over time.
No, I'm not. I don't.
Yeah, yeah, no, that's fine. All right. Yeah, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Thanks for your submission. Appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next letter is Kathy Cooney. Sorry, we're going to change from Blair Gilpin. Sorry.
Sure. So you, yeah, the green button, 15 minutes.
In a photo couple, the community TNA, I'm the chair of Water Trust, but Ms. Lee Gilbert, our chief executive, and Casey O'Connor, our strategy and communications for Rotorua Trust. So thank you for the opportunity to present today. We're here to speak in support of our written submission and to offer Rotorua Trust's perspective on the future pathway for significant regional assets that belong ultimately to current and future generations of this region. Our comments today focus on intergenerational stewardship, equity and long-term community benefit. To briefly outline who Rotorua Trust is and why our experience is relevant to this conversation, Rotorua Trust was formed out of the government electricity sector reforms of the 1990s, following the sale of locally owned electricity assets. At that time, a very deliberate decision was made not to distribute the proceeds to private shareholders, not to hand the capital to council to absorb into annual budgeting, but instead to establish an independent charitable trust to provide long-term community governance over the proceeds from local energy assets. That trust was originally known as Rotorua Energy Charitable Trust and is now known as Rotorua Trust. The purpose was clear then and remains clear to this day: to steward the capital in perpetuity and to distribute the funds for charitable purposes. Today, Rotorua Trust manages around 180 million in investment capital. We distribute investment returns annually for community benefit while protecting our real capital value. To make a positive impact in our communities, many funding channels are required. We work in partnership with others. That is the Bay Trust, the Tauranga Energy Charitable Trust, Trust Horizon and Acorn Foundation. Our 5 community trusts collectively manage over 1.7 billion in assets and distribute more than 50 million annually across the region. Together, we are key to the philanthropic backbone of the Bay of Plenty, with deep experience in intergenerational funds, investment discipline, and community governance. Our written submission is structured in 2 parts. Part A reflects the collective principles agreed by the 5 trusts. These are principles tested over decades. First and foremost, capital should be protected in perpetuity for the enduring benefit of current and future Bay of Plenty communities by maintaining a single unified intergenerational fund and avoiding fragmentation across territorial or political boundaries. A single consolidated fund enhances investment efficiency and diversification, reduces administration and governance costs, and strengthens long-term capital preservation, and it better supports equitable region-wide outcomes. Second is clarity of purpose, which is fundamental to success. Purpose is what anchors investment decisions, guides governance settings, and ensures distributions remain aligned over time. We support setting purpose at a high level in the trust deed, so it endures across generations, while flexibility is retained to respond to community needs. Third, a trust-based structure is particularly well suited to an intergenerational community fund, as it requires trustees to act equitably for both current and future generations and ensures distributions remain aligned with purpose. It is standard practice for intergenerational funds of this nature to operate with a sustainable distribution policy. We recommend considering a return and spend approach. This would preserve real capital value and maintain inflation-adjusted growth. Part B of our submission builds on those principles that are collective across the 5 trust entities, and Part B is from our Rotorua Trust perspective. Rotorua Trust strongly advises that the fund be established as an independent charitable trust, not a council controlled organisation. A charitable trust protects the fund from fragmentation, insulates it from short-term local government pressures, and strengthens the intergenerational stewardship. We strongly support maintaining one unified $3 billion intergenerational fund rather than splitting the capital across territorial boundaries. This fragmentation weakens investment efficiency, increases costs, and risks inequitable outcomes over time. A single fund best aligns to intergenerational equity, fairness across the region, and long-term value creation. We recommend purpose be set at a high level within the trust deed, with flexibility for priorities to evolve based on what will best serve the community. That includes responsiveness across environmental outcomes, Indigenous biodiversity, community benefit, and infrastructure. Rotorua Trust's own model operates on return and spend, allowing us to protect capital, respond to need, and distribute equitably. Flexibility is what enables nimbleness without compromising discipline. Rotorua Trust also supports increasing targeted investment in Indigenous biodiversity and halting ecological decline. For Rotorua, the Rotorua Lakes are regionally significant environmental assets. They support biodiversity, cultural values, tourism, and community wellbeing. Long-term environmental pressures require long-term funding, certainty, catchment scale thinking, and governance that is appropriately recognises iwi Māori as partners. And we heard just from the top people that message very strongly. In closing, the pathway chosen for this fund is one of the most important intergenerational decisions that Council will make. We believe it should protect capital perpetuity, deliver equitable benefit across the region, and respond to community and environmental need, and remain resilient across future political and structural change. Rotorua Trust supports in summary, a single unified intergenerational fund governed by an independent charitable trust with disciplined return and spend settings and a strong environmental and equity lens. We believe this approach best honours the responsibility owed to both today's communities and the generations to come. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and we welcome any questions.
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you very much for the detailed thinking that you put into your submission of what you brought to us today. One question is around this investment strategy really, because one of the key things that you've said to us is around environmental and equity as a very strong lens on investment and distribution. And how do you actually manage that within the current investment? Is that one of the challenges obviously that already exists for us?
The opportunity to go through a trust. There's two ways that we one is the trustee really specifically stating that is what we sort of talk about it at a high level. But stating the trustee what the fund or distribution of funds can be allocated towards. And then our ongoing strategic priority lists. So the trustees themselves determine their strategic priority and spend size. So
Probably most interested in the investment side. How do you actually manage that?
How do we manage the investment side?
How do you manage environment and equity through your investment side?
So one of our strategic priorities is the environment. So when we invest a certain allocation of percentage into the environment from is that what you mean? Is it our distribution?
Yeah, I think bringing you back to distributions, and I would just keep steering you back towards the investment side.
Yeah.
But it is.
So our investments are entirely managed by a fund manager, and those investments are or through our cycle and our strategic SE applications. There isn't specific investments in environmental. We only have a portfolio of environmental investments. We have portfolio, a diverse portfolio across our cycle.
Thank you. Thanks, Leah, and thanks, Henry, and the team. I just have a question. We've heard from a lot of citizens at the moment, and including a submission around separation, not using a CCO, using a trust because it has a very separate structure from the political environment. I know that with the Rotary Trust, you actually go through a public election process, and in the past, during the trust's evolution, you've had multiple times, you've had multiple councillors sitting on your trust at governance level from the Rotary Lakes Council, and how that perception of cross-pollination of politics into the trust board. And I'd just like to know how you manage that, because it's been a key theme that's come up through a lot of the submissions we've received about that separation.
So yes, we do have an election process, and so people who are elected to them have the responsibility to steward. We would not see that this would be through an election process necessarily. In terms of establishing an independent charitable trust, there are other ways to appoint people, and that would be decided as part of, as the trustee is developed. And so we're not sitting here advocating that by advocating for an independent charitable trust, we're not simultaneously advocating for that being an elected process.
Yeah, okay, no, thank you, because we've heard from other people with the Treasury appointed models that are independent placing entities. So thank you, I just wanted to clarify that.
No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, our next presenter is scheduled for 2 p.m. So we can have a 30 minutes break. Please be back here at
Thank you, councillors, for that short recess. Welcome back to hearing. We have our next submittal all ready to go. I can't continue your floor is yours.
Tēnā koe, e te tamana, o te rau tēnā koutou katoa. Ko Miraka Davies tōku ingoa, my name is Miraka Davies. E hara au no konei, I'm not from here, from Te Arawa. He uri no Ngāti Wai, no Ngāti Rehua, no Ngāti Pro, no Hoki. So I have connections to Great Barrier Island, to the north, to Te Taitopiro in the Ngāti Wai region, and to Ngāti Pro in Waipiro Bay. E rangi kei konei au e noho ana, but I do live here, kei te piki o Mahi o Momotaha, the big smoke of Mohi. And as I have lived here, and as I have been on my Te Reo Māori journey, the vision has come to me, and I've had some amazing people get on board with this vision, to open the country's first total immersion Te Reo Māori cafe. I'm very happy to say that that is opening just down the road along the block there at 1240 Fenton Street, which used to be the Kai Cafe. I'm here to speak today on behalf of that kaupapa, on behalf of a place where we wish to establish a community-driven commercial enterprise which creates a normalised space for Te Reo Māori. I speak as a resident here. I speak as a learner of Te Reo Māori who was not raised with my reo, and I speak as the founder and executive director of this cafe, which pencil the day, 30th of July. That's when we're opening. So this will be a kaupapa where only Te Reo Māori is spoken by both kaimahi and customers coming in, and that will create a normal everyday space for our reo. Now, what does this have to do with the long-term plan and with me being here to talk to you? I fully acknowledge that I'm not here to speak directly to the areas of consultation which you have requested specifically, but I do appreciate this opportunity to speak to the long-term plan as it is being considered moving forward. Now, mihi I tō whai wā mo tēnei kaupapa hira hira. Me mihi ka tika hoki kia koutou. It's also correct that I acknowledge you. I understand this is day 4 of these hearings, and I know that is a long haul, so I'm very grateful for my few minutes, and I will keep it as short as possible. You hopefully have seen our written submission, and I'm just going to speak to that. There's nothing new for me to add to that. It covers the basic things that we would like to address, and that is that ultimately we are grateful and support the Council's direction under Te Ara Poutama to partner with Tangata Whenua. Obviously, we all know how important that is, and to partner with community towards making sure that our regional future is both prosperous and equitable. And we know that you endorse the Reo Rua focus that is part of the plan for Rotorua and in terms of Rotorua Lakes Council, alongside submissions from various federal entities that also look for investment in those kinds of initiatives that strengthen our reo and our cultural visibility. But what's missing at the moment, what we see as a missed opportunity, is a clear pathway for small place-based enterprises to contribute to or to access support within the kaupapa of the Reo Rua focus. Community level enterprises are quite often the most visible and accessible expression of regional identity. Now, as I mentioned, I don't whakapapa to Te Arawa, but I am very grateful that on our trust board we have some very impressive influential local leaders, and we have support from a lot of areas in Te Arawa. We see Rumaki Cafe as a place where the reo of Te Arawa leads the way, and where we become a community gathering place for people with Te Arawa whakapapa, for people who live here, for people who are learning our reo, and for people who are visiting. And we are celebrating local identity and our culture for all of those people in those places. So we're normalising the reo. We're expressing authentic Te Arawa cultural identity. Our languaging is all being advised by Ana Hahini, who you probably know very well. We will be supporting Māori-led kaupapa in events. It's a gathering place, and including sporting and cultural activation, and we are providing a decent amount of local employment, particularly for those who have Te Reo Māori, as a skill which is not often seen as being a commercially valuable skill. And we are seeing it as such because it is. So all of these initiatives that we're doing, they align with Te Potama, but they sit outside the current funding and investment settings. So without the investment and the funding and investment settings, there's that missed opportunity. We're saying that we support, we're under Te Potama and we support the Reo focus, but the funding isn't there to support that and to back that up. So our recommendation to council under this consultation of the LTP is number one, that we signal intent in the LTP to support in a tangible way a Reorua aligned community enterprise, Reorua aligned community enterprises as a significant contributor to regional wellbeing, to our cultural identity, and to economic development. Number two, that a future funding pathway is developed outside of large-scale infrastructure funds for small to medium place-based initiatives that deliver bilingual outcomes, that deliver Māori cultural visibility and storytelling, that deliver community activation and participation, and local economic development. Now, one of our significant differences is that we are not a tourism-based enterprise. Tourists are welcome, tourists will be very supported, everyone will be supported, and primarily it's for Reo speakers, Reo learners, and people who want to experience our language and give it a go and be in a place where you are immersed as a normal everyday experience. It is very hard to find that as a normal everyday experience. And number three, we recommend that AP2026 Regional Council partner with Rotorua Lakes Council and Te Aroha to ensure alignment between the regional funding settings and local policy tools like the central business district activation, signage and business support to those tools so that the community initiatives can scale impact over time. I can tell you that it has taken 2 years of hard work to get to a point where we have been able to get enough funding to open this. We have tried many avenues and eventually we've just gone ahead and got a business loan. It's a shame that we haven't been able to access funding to support this normalisation of Te Reo Māori and this expression of Te Aroha cultural identity. In closing, we're not seeking immediate funding, but we are seeking a clear policy direction that recognises the role of community enterprise in delivering your stated outcomes. Also in closing, on a personal note, as someone on my Te Reo Māori journey, as I imagine many of you are, we get to a point on that journey where we've attended the classes. We are building our lives around being able to attend classes and kura reo. We travel, we spend many hours being able to access spaces where we can be immersed in our language. If I don't have that at home as a place to go home to, then I'm looking for it at my place of work. If I don't have a place of work where that can happen, I'm looking for another type of normal everyday space where that can happen. And for me personally, I was driving home from a trip with my mokopuna and my children and feeling very sorry for myself that I had to make a choice on a particular day between spending time with them and going to one of these immersion environments because they are few and far between. And I asked myself, what would it look like if there was an everyday space that I could just go to? And all of us go to cafes. All of us have a hui where we catch up with someone. All of us say, hey, let's go have a coffee together. And imagine if, first of all in Rotorua and then throughout the motu, that became a thing that everyone could do. E te kaunihera ngā mihi, ka mihi kia koutou, I tēnei wā, I tō whakaaro mai, ki mai Māori, ki te reo, me te hapuri. Tēnā koutou.
Thank you. Councillor Defoe. Tēnā koe mira kau kira tēnā koe me koe mea whakakauri mea whatau tēnā tapaneta. Me hau ka ko ngā kore roko ai ki hea tu wani mea mātine aroaro He wānau i whakatuku, he wānau i mō tēnei o tō tātane rohe o tūmuana, no reira tēnā hui te tui. What I'm liking is that you're looking outside the scope of our norm. One of our questions is what link or what you've identified all these things around support. How can we make it relevant in regards to the Aotearoa and what we have to offer in this particular sense? Identifying that yes, nā kōrero, nā takurero, kaupoi iwi, but within that setting, it's quite an open space of dialogue. And what's one thing that you want to come out of this that's relatable back to Te Aotearoa or relatable back to the taiao and the surroundings that we have?
Ooh, he pai. It's probably at this point that I say, gosh, I don't know if I am the political strategist or a strategic brain. And I am here as the voice of our trust board, and I'm not sure that I have the answer for that. I wish that I did. What I would love is for us to be able to continue kōrero around what that looks like. Also, maybe might have a little bit of Hannah Morrison who helped me to prepare this submission and see what her answers and her solutions are.
I think she will give you a really
I think she will too.
The other thing, what you spoke about, Anna, have you taken into consideration on who else you can partner with to actually share this vision with other than council?
Yes, absolutely. We have just recently received some funding through DIA, through the Lotteries Community Fund. We are in discussions with Rotorua Trust in terms of some funding from them. We have had a small amount of COGS funding as well. We are looking at Bay Trust and approaching Bay Trust as well, although that conversation hasn't happened yet. We have applied last year to Te Hawaii and been unsuccessful. We have applied again this year and are hopeful. We have approached various leaders within various Te Arawa iwi to, I think that the challenge here is because e harapau no kone. He tino taki tērā. And over the years, I have had a number of responses that, the boss of Starbucks doesn't need our permission to open a Starbucks. And so just walking Aotearoa ana, and very grateful for the support that is building.
Thank you. Rebecca, you talked about the challenges of starting up a business on what the sort you've done. But you also talk in your submission about small businesses like yours being able to support R&D events, etc. And I guess to me that sounds like what a struggle or a real conflict trying to keep your own business on a sound footing and being able to support other events. Would you like to expand on that?
Certainly, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to be clear about that. I personally have run a really successful business for the last 15 years as a plain language writing trainer, keynote speaker, and MC facilitator. The struggle with this, we are super confident in our business model. We have no doubts at all in our business model. We have done extensive market research and our forecasting is strong. The challenge has been to find the establishment funds. It's easy to find funding for something that is already up and running. It's hard to find something that is funding for something that is an idea. And so that's where the challenge has been. We fully expect within 3 years, because we are owned by a charitable trust and run under the auspices of a charitable trust, that our profits will be able to open another cafe in another town within 3 years. And then the profits from that open another one in another town. So Rotorua is the start, and we're so proud to be doing this here and to be leading the way for the motu. And I recognise the potential conflict in those statements. I hope that explains it.
Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Mike. Appreciate your presentation today. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Next up, we have our hosts for this afternoon. So everyone welcome to CEO Andrew and who wish to be about the Italian text of. Again, thank you for hosting us and allowing us to use. Thank you, much appreciated.
That's it, so you're very welcome, and I'm sorry, that it couldn't have been a warmer reception. I'm very sorry about that, but we'll get underway. So thank you very much for the opportunity to submit and also to present. It's actually quite excited, sitting, this is the first time I've sat on this side. But I do really want to acknowledge Chair Matawana, also Steve, Fiona and councillors, and start off with just mentioning you know, I know it's a tough time at the moment. We're all dealing with a number of government proposals, which so far our proposals have not yet been through, and it's just acknowledge the uncertainty ahead of us, but also the significant work that you all do and the importance of that as governors and also your staff. So I'll kick into the key areas of our submission. Our submission is really focused on the changes that will be in the best interests of all communities, so not just on Rotorua. And we do want to support and signal our commitment as well to the prudent financial management and also sustainable environmental stewardship, as well as equitable regional development that you guys have listed. We do urge careful consideration though of the long-term implications of your decisions, especially with those who are ahead of us. So I'll dive straight into the key side investment and LTP-Amendment. Our request is to pause major changes, and we really do just urge deferral of any structural changes to Quayside holdings until more certainty on the local government, just to avoid locking in assets and limiting future options.
Right, if I can share that, I have been on this side of the table, this is my job interview, and you were there, so. On that same position, yeah. Councillors, Chair, Chief Executive, I think if I can just expand on that a little bit, the discussions around Rotorua Lakes Council's table has given a serious thought and serious consideration to the thoughts that you all put into putting this forward as a key long-term plan. I mean that it was certainly a very robust discussion around the table, and so the points that Rotorua Lakes Council put forward are certainly very considered. As Wish was mentioned, there was a strong desire to communities to be part of creating that future and recognising that Quayside is, as it currently stands, is the culmination of many years and many generations of investment from across the region. And in consideration of that, given that communities are going to be asked to make decisions about potentially have to make decisions about their future governance arrangements, perhaps it was our view, Rotorua Lakes Council, that perhaps it's unwise to lock away those assets at this time. And by doing that, it would predetermine or exclude some options that the community might come up with as part of any potential discussion around future governance arrangements. There was also a desire to, and you see this in our submission, to make sure that if there was a change, it's really important that the region has some equitability in terms of how those were distributed. We're sure that's part of the considerations as well. It's a point that Rotorua wanted to make on behalf of the overall region. If I might move on to the Regional Fund for Infrastructure, there was certainly a common understanding that establishing a fund for regional benefit is something that is an admirable goal. It's important that there be quite clear criteria around that and around the definition of regional infrastructure as opposed to infrastructure that exists in a region rather than infrastructure that exists to enable a region. And so, if we go back to those, the first point made was if there was an ability for the community to shape that through any discussions that are coming up around future governance arrangements, that might be more appropriate. I'll pass on here to the mayor to make a request that she.
So with the Regional Fund for Infrastructure, We have a beautiful building out here that we're currently fixing, and we do really appreciate the support financially that the Regional Council has provided. We are at the stage where we're on time, on budget for the most complex earthquake strengthening project in the country, but we also want to make sure that we have a world-class exhibition that's in there. So we are on track. We hope to raise 6 million of the 8 million that's required. And we would like to put a specific request through to the back of the Regional Council that if there is a regional fund for infrastructure, which we definitely support, that we would very much like consideration for assistance to fill that $2 million gap in terms of finishing our Rotorua Museum, which by and large we've had community consultation. 80 to 90% of our community wanted that project to continue despite the costs of fixing such a national historic building. Now, I'll quickly touch off the other remaining points. Environment and biosecurity is incredibly important to us in Rotorua. Our lakes are our lifestyle, our lakes are our history. It's what we use to promote our destination around the world. But we do have very serious concerns about biosecurity and also invasive pest control. So we strongly endorse any increased investment in that. In particular, we urge a focus on stopping the spread of those invasive species, in particular golden freshwater clams, also wallabies, and one that I call my side quest, which is I have no money or mandate or influence to do this, but we need to get rid of lakeweed in our lakes because we have significant economic impacts when we have lakeweed wash up here in Rotorua. Quite honestly, when we first had the major incident last year, I was on fire because I thought the sewage, I thought I was from my planting project and smelled that bad. So please help us and increase the investment into that. We also want to mention about the Kiwiru land purchase. I know that's very significant for you all, and we just want to ensure that there is appropriate use and seek assurance on that land acquisition. In particular, we were just a little worried if it will undermine council and also EV investment in Papareoreo Forest, which is a thriving hub of our mountain biking and also a number of significant running events, including the Dudley Ultra Marathon. And we also mentioned the Auho Channel Wall. Unsurprisingly to you all, we are wanting urgent action, and we do support the urgent need for funding and action to repeat that, noting its importance of protecting water quality. And on water, as you've seen, our region has had to deal with a number of natural hazards and recently disasters. And for us, the key one is the Taha stream. So that is the last time, and there are 2 times when we had to declare a civil defence emergency was due to flooding. We know that there is a solution to fix that Taha stream, and there are a number of families that are impacted, and it really is impacting their quality of life every time it rains heavily, because they are so concerned that it will flood, and of course that long-term impact of what it does on insurance and also the value of their properties. So please, we request that you urgently fund and implemented what has been, I'll be honest, long delayed flood mitigation measures for Taha stream. And also we want to highlight the problem with the silt and flood risk management and Utikina stream in all the area, a significant area of Rotorua. Finally, just on future governance changes, due to the simplifying local government reform process and potential changes to regional structures, we do ask that you commit to working in partnership with us as territorial authorities, and also on long-term investment decisions. And just finally, one more point.
Yeah, just to reinforce that 25th of March, based on a council resolution, this chamber, I wrote to the chief executive and opened an invitation to enter into an informal dialogue with led by the mayor herself to just understand your openness to work together with us to explore what might be the best governance arrangements, the right governance arrangements to take us forward the new future that we see. So again, just to reinforce that, really open to discuss that with you. We wanted to be very clear that our letter was the start of a conversation, not the end of a conversation. We look forward to a positive response and us carrying on that.
And so that was in particular to our sexual investigations of the Unitary Authority. And if I can explain to you the why of that, we've talked about things like river and stream management, biosecurity. We know transport's very important, and we want to make sure that those functions, no matter what the future looks like, are able to remain local decisions. and not get amalgamated to some sort of national entity. So that's the basis of those thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor. I have Councillor Miller and Councillor Ford.
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up, Andrew, on your comment around causing major changes, and you said the phrase, we don't want you to lock away assets. Can you just flesh out what you mean by that phrase and why you think looking at our structure would lock away assets?
And Chair, through you, the discussion around that and the theme around that was if those assets, quayside assets, get put into potentially a trust or another structure that isn't a council controlled organisation under the regional council, then the way we saw that precluded some opportunities in the future of those assets being held, maybe held together, but the equity in those assets being held by different territorial authorities, as an example. So again, we weren't proposing that we knew the answer or that we knew the answer now, but potentially the right answer might emerge through broader discussion with the community and a reflection of the future governance.
And it is supported by the Banking Meal Forum as well, who had concerns about its territorial authorities and what's going to the trust.
Right, so you would be potentially in favour of divvying up the assets.
So I just want to be clear, not divvying up the assets, but potentially dividing the equity in the assets. So we see plenty of value in the assets being held collectively, but we don't necessarily see that has to be the same as the returns from those assets going towards one organization. So you could say that there could be a construct whereby they are held together, and certainly there are plenty of merits to those assets being held together, but rather than the returns then going to a trust, could those returns go to different new governance arrangements, different territorial authorities, potentially a number of unitary authorities within the current one, potentially, to then support them in their journey of the next generation's governance future. So again, wanted to distinguish between holding the assets together, the value of those assets, and the returns then going towards finances.
Thank you.
And not wanting to stop any great work that's underway to identify the options, but just before you push go on whatever option, ensuring that we do know what the future will look like.
Very deputy chair, did estimating, but your worship, Andrew, Chair Porter. My one was just a point of clarification, I won't ask the question because we're over time. So the code fund large scale infrastructure projects, was it in reference to like the extra bit of money to help with the museum or yeah, or was it in regards to that, or was it to establish a collaboration between TAs and our council to have a bigger slush fund that we contribute together? Just wanted a point of clarification.
I'll let Andrew also answer, but in terms of the additional 2 million for the and the fund that we'd like you to consider, we do support establishing the regional benefit fund in 26-27, and I suppose we just getting in nice and early and saying we do want their criteria to ensure clear access to all districts, and in particular to co-fund high priority infrastructure projects, of which the museum is of our highest priority at the moment.
And beyond that as well, it's the value which infrastructure fund and appropriate, but that's with some big criteria.
There are no further questions from the council. Thank you very much. Andrew, thank you very much for your time. Chair, thank you again for your hospitality.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kate Veracino, who is online. Kate, the floor is yours. You have 10 minutes.
Tēnā koutou katoa, Kate Barry Pacino. Thank you, councillors and staff who are in the room. Apologies, I couldn't be there. I actually had a tech board meeting this morning, so submitting from Tauranga. My submission is a personal one. I have put in submissions through TECT in relation to some of the options, and also I'm involved with the Lake Rotuiti Community Association, who I understand gave submissions this morning, as to did, I believe, my husband give submissions for Oakeri Road, the Reserve Association. So this is just very brief, but I just wanted to touch on some of the matters personally that I have an interest in. Firstly, I just wanted to support the council's vision and courage, really, in holding these annual plans to discuss the option of setting up some form of separate entity relating to the potential port assets, and looking at a more long-term model that would protect itself from any statutory changes that might be imminent. So I support that vision, and as I commented briefly, I do believe there's going to need to be a lot more work around what that final structure might look like and what its strategies and priorities are, with acknowledgement that that's not here for today for your decision making into that detail. But I know that you've probably had a lot of submissions. Everyone's seeking you to spend that money and split that 100 ways, which makes your job very difficult. It's one that similarly TECT also faces on a regular basis when you've got, we have similar priorities around both environment, both social and cultural matters, around housing, around addressing poverty. So those are the same impacts that I expect any separate entity will be looking at. I do believe that the regional council and any trust it sets up is in a very specific, unique, well, sort of unique in that its history is focused on a catchment regional wide focus. And that's a really important difference that you have, that I think is very much focused on environmental outcomes, and therefore the focus on environmental outcomes where they affect the whole region are increasingly of importance, and they affect everything, whether it's poverty, whether it's infrastructure, whether it's the economy. I think we've seen firsthand how much that's the case, and working together as a region and the regional council making decisions, whether through its new trust or through its separate entity, will be critical in this space. And the opportunity that you have to drive that investment with that regional focus is what I believe is unique and really important that you carry through. I touch on the matters in Rotorua probably just from my own experience, although I'm Tauranga based. I am one of many, many people from Tauranga who the relationship to the lakes and Rotorua, because of the relationship with the lakes, has grown and increased, and the understanding of the connectivity between the two has really been highlighted over the 6 years that we have owned property, even though I have visited there ever since a child, being born and bred in Tauranga. And the importance of addressing things regionally, I completely support, and think that, and looking at what happens in Rotorua, you see increasingly Tauranga families use it every day, whether they have property there or not. They are over there, they are cycling, they are on the lakes, boating, they are walking, they are, we'll go over there for a cultural event that might be held in Rotorua that we won't have offered in Tauranga. There are so many things that we are literally neighbours in every which way, that I would really urge the regional council to invest in looking at protecting the biodiversity around the lakes, and invest in ensuring that it keeps as a taonga for the whole region. It desperately needs investment. I think Rotorua district is faced with a lot of really specific issues that it faces. It's got a lot of land and a lot of forests and natural areas that it doesn't have the same rate base that Tauranga does to try and address that. So the regional council's role in that is really important. And whether that's through the trust structure or through the regional council itself, I think that needs to continue. I think the biodiversity issues, the issue around plant pests and forages, all those things are really critical around Rotorua and really need the regional council to support it, because DOC's funding is becoming less and less. And certainly in the years that I've seen there's just, it's a never-ending battle that we seem to be losing, and it becomes more and more apparent that we're losing it, both in terms of water quality and in terms of the forests that are around there. So I guess I was probably being a little bit audacious and saying that I think you need to put more funding into your regional infrastructure fund. And I would actually rather that, again, probably relatively controversial, that I don't really support the $400 rates reduction that the regional council has imposed, because I think it's intangible to most ratepayers. It's a bit like the tech check. People get attached to it as a marketing piece, but in reality, I think there could be greater efficiencies applied within the regional council if that funding was used more strategically for community good, and that rate should be kept down as a matter of economic prudence within the organisation that I think can be lost sometimes with the luxury, to be frank, that the regional council has had with the port assets and dividends that it's come its way. So that's probably my sum up of my submission.
Thank you, Kate. Councillors, are there any questions? Councillor Miller.
Oh, okay, thank you. I'm just looking at your submission, and you touched on here restoration of Marl and the regional park, presumably with that Marl Hills or Marl as a park. And you basically put $10 million there. What are you basing that 10 million on, or is it kind of like your optimal wish list?
Again, I mean, there's no strong numbers there, so I've just come up with that number just in terms of experience, in a broad sense on environmental projects, that these things are never cheap, and they usually try twice what people say they start out at. But knowing the extent to which there's going to be geotech reports and engineering, I expect it will be very high.
Yeah. So you've sort of looked at the 70 million and sort of tagged these projects and doing it up that way. Yeah,
they're very rough they're just rough numbers, but it's a sort of, I think it would ultimately be a contribution rather than a total cost. I expect with each of those there'll be a lot more.
Thank you.
There are no further questions, Kate, so thank you very much for your submission. We appreciate your time.
Thanks. Thank you.
A very warm thanks to all our submitters. That draws to close to today's hearing and actually to our 4 days of hearings. So thank you, staff, for all your hard work. Thank you, councillors, Chair McDonald, for your leadership through this week. The next stage of the process is deliberations, and that will take place at a public meetings in May and June 2026. Thus, this concludes our 4 days of hearings. Councillor Foe, I ask for a closing karakia.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, everyone. And yes, I give thanks to all of our staff and our services over the last 4 days. We tata. Kia wātea mai te tapa, kia wātea mai te uporei o te tikamita mai. Kia wātea, ai ra kua wātea, tutu whakamau kia tīna, haumie, hui